COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We
1, 2,
cannot
3,
do this
audio
alone.
1, 2, 3.
It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect
1, 2,
course
3,
and
audio
pursue a
1,
more
2, 3.
sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
But as someone who has spent a lifetime deeply immersed in the work of educational transformation across communities, classrooms, and my journey has taught me one honest
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
La señora
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, The Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral. Que el cierre de brechas, que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres a
1, 2, 3.
que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
Uno, dos, tres. 1, 2, 3. Probando audio. 1, 2, 3.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this
1,
building,
2, 3. Probando
OAS
audio
headquarters,
en CUDO.
our
1, 2,
institution
3.
still brings
Perfecto,
together
gracias.
the peoples of the Americas
Y en
to
Sara
address
también.
our
1, 2, 3.
responsibilities
1,
as a
2,
partnership
3.
of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de la...
Karen, can you hear Spanish? Yeah, perfect. Segunda consuela, por favor. Yeah.
Perfect.
English, please.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing 2. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Good, perfect. I like perfect. Okay.
¿Hay alguien? Si no subo. Sí, están los dos. Portugués.
En casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and
Secretary, good morning, and I am honored to open this special session of the Permanent Council, which was convened with the aim of commemorating the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Before we adopt the order of business, I would like to, with your permission, express our sincere thanks to the Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, and his Chief of Staff, Ambassador La Celia Prince, and the entire team from the office from the Assistant Secretary General for their dedication and collaboration, which have been fundamental in this session as well as the entire week commemorating this event. Also, thank you to the Permanent Mission of Colombia's leadership. 8 years ago, they proposed that we have a special session dedicated to this very important topic to express the importance of freedom and liberty and celebrate the Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendants of the Americas. And this was thanks to the efforts of CD, PAHO, Colombia, the World Bank Group, and the Department of International Law at the OAS to dedicate a week to these activities focused on Afro-descendants. And this was part of our efforts here in Washington, D.C., as well as to highlight the important contribution of Afro-descendants to the Americas and to propose concrete measures with the aim of promoting their full inclusion in political, social, economic, and cultural life in the societies where they live. Dear colleagues, today, under the aegis of the topic I Have a Dream, Recognizing Justice Development, we have come together to reflect and pay tribute to the countless victims of slavery in the transatlantic slave trade. And this is an important memory to recognize and to address this painful chapter in the history of mankind. Today is an opportunity for us to reiterate our commitment to historic memory, reparations, and justice for those who suffered and unfortunately continue to suffer the consequences of these inhumane practices. This commemoration is not just a moment to remember, but also to learn and reflect on the lessons that we need to learn to eradicate any form of discrimination, racism, modern slavery, which unfortunately continue to exist even today. We must continue working hand in hand as a region to ensure that we never forget the suffering of so many generations, of millions of people, and to move forward toward a more fair, inclusive future that is, above all, more respectful of human rights. Dear colleagues, with that in mind, I suggest that we now adopt the order of business. Based on Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure of the Permanent Council, I present for consideration of this council the draft order of business reflected in document CP/OD-2540/25. If there are no requests for the floor, we will adopt that. Dear colleagues, for consideration of the next item on the order of business, and at the request of the delegations of Brazil and Colombia, I'm giving the floor to Ms. Mari Carmen Plata, the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, to share with us a brief presentation of the results of consultations held with member states, OAS bodies, and civil society on priority topics that should be addressed for a future Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Afro-descendant persons and communities, pursuant to the mandate from the GA, laid out in Section 3 of Resolution 3028, adopted in Asunción, Paraguay in June 2024. Secretary Plata, welcome once again to this Permanent Council, and I give you the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. And so I will share the results of the consultation on what to be included in the Inter-American Declaration on promoting the rights of Afro-descendant persons and communities in the Americas. According to various international and regional organizations, there are over 200 million Afro-descendant persons living in the Americas. Afro-descendants are found in vulnerable groups throughout the hemisphere, and this is the result of the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, poverty, social exclusion, economic inequality, which are closely linked to racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. Against this backdrop, we must highlight that since 2010, the OASGA has adopted many resolutions. The most relevant is Resolution 16, Plan of Action for Designing for Afro-descendants in the Americas 2016 to 2025. In the framework of implementing the plan of action in June of 2024, the Resolution AG Res 3028, Section 3, the situation of Afro-descendants in the hemisphere and the fight against racism, adopted the following mandate: to convene member states to create an informal working group with the aim of presenting, with support from the Department of Social Inclusion of the OAS, in consultation with civil society and other social stakeholders and with existing and other resources, recommendations on drafting a draft inter-American declaration to include the visions and perspectives of states in promoting the human rights of Afro-descendant persons and communities in the hemisphere, with an intersectional approach and considering the situation of vulnerability, with the aim of addressing related inequalities, systemic inequalities, such as structural causes of systemic racism in the region. Pursuant to that mandate, in October 2024, the Permanent Mission of Colombia issued a verbal note to the permanent missions of the OAS to express its interest in being part of an informal working group. And in November of 2024, we held a meeting with the interested missions to be part of the informal working group. And the countries that are part of that are Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Mexico, Peru, DR, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Uruguay. In the first meeting, the delegations elected as co-chairs of the informal working group the Permanent Mission of Colombia to the OAS and the Permanent Mission of Brazil, also to the OAS. In November last and in February of this year, they held organized consultations with the support of the Department of Social Inclusion and the Civil Society Relations section from the Department of Social Inclusion, and they addressed potential topics to be part of an inter-American declaration to promote the human rights of Afro-descendants and their communities in the Americas. Pursuant to this initiative, from the 11th to 21st of November 2024, they held virtual consultations on a potential inter-American declaration on the rights of Afro-descendants with civil societies and other social stakeholders that work on the issue of Afro-descendants. And in November 22nd last, at the Theater of the Mission of Colombia to the OAS, we held a hybrid consultation, and both consultations were focused on 4 thematic axes based on the plan of action for Afro-descendants in the Americas: recognition, justice, development, and gender and intersectionality. Additionally, in the virtual consultation, we saw a list of related topics to each of the axes, giving us the possibility of adding other topics. And it's worth noting that the virtual consultation was open and provided in all 4 official languages, with participation from 187 participants from 29 member states. On the other hand, the hybrid consultation had simultaneous interpreting in Spanish, English, and Portuguese. The participants could speak in person or through Zoom. A total of 13 representatives from civil society organizations and other social stakeholders took the floor during this consultation from 7 member states. And the main topics that were highlighted by civil society organizations and other social stakeholders as priorities included: within Axis 1, recognition, the right to equality and non-discrimination; participation in education, society, political life, and economic life; protecting cultural heritage and traditional knowledge; and the right to identity and ethnoeducation. In the second axis on justice, access to justice, fighting and punishing racial profiling and discrimination, reparation for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. 3, on development, the fight against poverty, the right to health and employment, and the right to land. 4, gender and intersectionality, Afro-descendant women, children, adolescents, and youth, elderly persons and persons with disabilities. We can conclude that we had wide participation from civil society and other social stakeholders, and we are certain that these contributions will be very useful to member states as we negotiate the draft Inter-American Declaration. The Department of Social Inclusion and the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity provided support to the informal working group, that is technical support, in order to come up with the draft declaration to promote the human rights of Afro-descendant persons in the communities, and in drafting the consultation with member states and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The aim was to receive contributions and comments in negotiating the Inter-American Declaration, and the consultations were held on the 20th of February of this year in the San Martin room in the OAS, with simultaneous interpreting in Spanish and English, financed by the Department of Social Inclusion. Delegations took part, that is, Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Costa Rica, Mexico, Argentina, Panama, Uruguay, DR, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and El Salvador. Just as in the consultation with civil society, this was focused on the 4 thematic axes in the plan of action. In the virtual consultation, we had a list of related topics with each of the axes, providing us with the possibility of adding more topics. The delegations and participants agreed on the following. In Access 1, recognition, we would include the right to equality and non-discrimination, collecting broken down statistics, political life, education, economic life participation, protecting cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, the right to identity and self-determination of tribal and Afro-descendant populations. In the second axis, justice, we would include access to justice, reasonable time frames, legal decisions, and penitentiary reform. 3, also punishing and preventing racial profiling and racism, preventing and punishing and eradicating all hate speech, reparation for slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, climate and environmental justice, digital justice, and AI. In Axis 4, development, we looked at the economic, social, and environmental rights, the fight against poverty, the right to land, an intercultural focus, including healthcare, sexual and reproductive health, as well the right to a healthy environment, and promoting international cooperation for Afro-descendants. In Axis 4, intersectionality, we highlighted the need to ensure a gender equality approach with a differentiated approach, as well as the rights of Afro-descendant women, children, adolescents and youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities, LGBT persons, migrants, displaced persons, and stateless persons. And it's worth noting that the Argentine delegation requested that the intersectionality part be more inclusive to include all Afro-descendants in situations of vulnerability. And the conclusions, the consultation had broad participation from the informal working group, and we agreed on many different topics that came from the consultations with Afro-descendant civil society. And we can also note that there is a lot of agreement between member states that are part of the informal working group, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, civil society, and other social stakeholders. A lot of topics were agreed on. And I'd like to conclude by thanking the Department of Social Inclusion, the section on relations with civil society, and all states that were part of the informal working group. Thank you for your very important work, particularly to Colombia and Brazil, which have led this intense work over the last several months. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary Plata, for your presentation, and the Permanent Council has taken due note. Also, we congratulate the delegations of Brazil and Colombia for your work as coordinators of the informal working group and drafting this future Inter-American Declaration, which is so important, as well as thank you to all of the delegations that took part in this process, with a view toward drafting this cross-cutting, very important declaration. Dear colleagues, and now we will move to commemorating the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery in the Transatlantic Slave Trade, pursuant to item 3 on our order of business. And we would like to give a very warm welcome to all of our distinguished panelists of many different nationalities who are with us today. To begin, I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Gloria Monique Demis, the Commissioner on the Rights of Afro-Descendants and Against Racial Discrimination of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner Monique Demis, welcome to the Permanent Council once again, and I give you the floor.
Commissioner, can you please activate your camera and your microphone?
Good morning, Ambassador Hector Rashid, President of the Permanent Council, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, Honorable Permanent and Alternate Representatives of Member States and observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address the Permanent Council on behalf of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. We are pleased to join the Inter-American community, both state and civil society representatives, to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination and the International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Today, we honor the tireless resistance and the historical agency of people of African descent in the Americas and the Caribbean, and we join their ongoing efforts to achieve recognition, justice, and development. Our call to the states on these commemorative dates is to double down on their efforts to achieve the goals set out by the UN's second decade for people of African descent, building on a very successful first decade and a historic plan of action here in our own organization. The first decade promoted important advances in discussions on comprehensive restorative justice for historical human trafficking and slavery, the recognition of lands and territories of tribal communities of African descent, and the incorporation of the ethno-racial dimension in education systems. Within this framework, it is essential to give continuity to international, regional, and national cooperation efforts for the enjoyment of the rights of people of African descent in line with the OAS Plan of Action 2016-2025. With a plan of action, the OAS reaffirmed its strong conviction that only through coordinated efforts we can achieve the goals of the Inter American system and address historical inequalities. Before us is the opportunity to reassert the OAS leadership on this matter. The second decade for people of African descent, which was declared in January 25, will run until 2034 with the theme Afro Descendants, Recognition, Justice, and Development. Within the Inter American system, efforts are underway to adopt a future declaration to promote the human rights of persons and peoples of African descent, an effort that my office is proud to be accompanying. The Inter American Commission on Human Rights urges states to recognize and respect the historical agency of people of African descent in the Americas and the Caribbean, whose resistance, cultural contributions, political activism, and economic participation have fundamentally shaped the region. We call on states to adopt comprehensive legal and policy frameworks to eliminate all forms of discrimination, including intersectional and structural patterns that perpetuate historical injustices, systematic marginalization, and socioeconomic exclusion of persons and peoples of African descent. Furthermore, states must implement effective measures to address persistent disparities through comprehensive strategies that guarantee equality and non discrimination, informed by robust data collection on the socio-economic conditions of Afro-descendant populations. These strategies should simultaneously protect collective rights to ancestral lands and cultural heritage, ensure equitable access to education, healthcare, employment, and political representation, as well as facilitate meaningful participation in decision making processes that affect these communities in accordance with international and regional human rights obligations to combat poverty and structural inequality. Additionally, in the context of the right to full reparation, states should adopt measures to provide full reparation to Afro descendant persons and tribal communities for gross human rights violations based on discrimination and related forms of intolerance for reasons of their ethno-racial background. Concurrently, states should provide for special mechanisms for this population to ensure access to justice, measures of satisfaction, restitutions of rights, guarantees of non repetition, and compensation. These policies must incorporate a gender and intersectional approach considering specific vulnerabilities that led to various forms of multiple aggravated discrimination with differentiated impacts. The Inter American Commission unwaveringly reaffirms its commitment to the rights of Afro descendant populations, reasserting that the eradication of systemic racism and the advancement of racial justice are non negotiable imperatives under international human rights law. We will continue to provide technical cooperation to states to institutionalize legal and policy frameworks to combat racial discrimination, enforce accountability, and dismantle structural inequalities. Likewise, we will continue to engage with civil society, elevating the voices of Afro descendant communities through public hearings, on site investigations, and strategic advocacy to ensure meaningful change. Progress demands unrelenting partnerships and action for the fight against racial discrimination and for racial justice is collective, urgent, and inseparable from the universal defense of human dignity. Racial justice is not aspirational, but a binding obligation. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate.
Muchas gracias, comisionada de MES.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Demise, for your presentation for this very important commemoration. And now, dear colleagues, we will hear presentations from our distinguished panelists and guests. In order to ensure an inclusive and enriching discussion, I would beg that you respect a 7-minute time limit for your presentations, and that the delegations be so kind as to respect a 5-minute limitation pursuant to our rules of procedure. That said, I'm delighted to greet and give a very warm welcome to this Permanent Council to the distinguished Aniel Franco, Ministry of Racial Equality in Brazil. Madam Minister, we give you a very warm welcome, and I give you the floor.
Good morning. Good morning to each of you and His Excellency the Secretary General of the OAS, Assistant Secretary General, and all of the representatives here of the Commission, Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and esteemed ambassadors, dear friends all. It is an honor to be able to speak to you on behalf of Brazil, given, frankly, the subject that we have before us. And I will tell you that that very notion, that with the concept that we're discussing today, touches me very deeply and takes me back to my earliest childhood and to the many, many years that I and my colleagues have been working so hard to understand better the history and the historical antecedents for much of the issues, many of the issues we're discussing today and that continue till today. Unfortunately, social, economic, political, and environmental indicators, we know this for a fact, affect Afro-descendant populations throughout the world in a disproportionately negative way. And so when we seek to combat the impact of such racism through our public policies and consider, as it is in Brazil, a priority, one of the top priorities, I might add, of the state of Brazil, we do so because we want to promote historical repair and to the extent at all possible, offsetting the terrible scars and sequels that have occurred as a result of the past. Through education, through memory, through reparation, there are many, many ways to go about it. And certainly, we think back to the inclusion back in 2024 when we looked for equality and racial equality. That, for Brazil, was a new step forward, and we are on it still. But we are very, very inspired also by the second International Decade of the United Nations, remembering and upholding the history of Afro-descendants. This is an opportunity, has been and remains, an opportunity to consolidate our policies, to offset the damage done in the past. Now, this has to end up by concrete actions. Speech is all fine and well and good intentions, but public policy here in Brazil and our public services are very much aware that talk is not enough. 2 years ago, the law on quotas was 20 years old, and we're focusing very, very much on different quotas that, or minimum levels that need to be respected in all of our public institutions, including universities. Obviously, anything to do with lethal violence, and alas, this continues to be a scourge, is a headache and an ongoing challenge. There are others. Because the fact is, even the best meant policies very often hit Black communities in a disproportionate way, and that is not disproportionate on the plus side of the ledger, but rather on the negative side. So we have to look very carefully always, whenever a new policy is drafted, how is that going to, or how may that perhaps affect disproportionately the Black sector, the indigenous sector. So we have been very, very involved with the Inter-American Committee on these actions. 22 different ministries and civil society have worked very closely together in our own countries. We have now have a framework for Brazilian policy in that regard that goes through 2035. We cannot simply continue standing by knowing that there's a disproportionate impact on Afro-descendants. It's important when we think of economic advancement, not only that, well, what is your GDP, but rather, how is your growth affecting the population at large? Innovation, entrepreneurship in the Black sectors of the population are key. You know, artificial intelligence and technology affects people differently, and not all couches of society receive this impact or these benefits or advances in the same manner. It is key that we continue thinking of ethics and inclusion. Too often, believe it or not, Black people are out and out excluded, or even if not overtly so, have to tackle with ongoing language and hidden messages, tacit messages, but that are all the more there. Doesn't have to be spelled out. Racism is racism. So whether it's engineering, mathematics, or any other different sector, it's key to know how these presumed advances hit the Black sector. And how will Afro-descendant communities fare in this regard? Brazil is absolutely committed to ensuring that we take a clear eye and an even approach to all of these different aspects in which inequality can be felt and is indeed felt. And so the Inter-American framework, with its policies, with the measures that have been taken over times, we know will continue contributing to a more just and a more inclusive society. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister, says the chair, for your contribution to this commemoration. Let me now yet again welcome Dr. Juni Schoner, the chair of the Permanent Forum of Afro-Descendants in the United Nations framework. You have the floor, madam.
Chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, distinguished presenters, members of the Permanent Council, distinguished participants. I would like to thank the OAS, especially Chair of the Permanent Council, for inviting me to speak on the occasion of the commemoration of International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Next year will be 10 years since the OAS started in February 2016, celebrated for the first time Black History Month. In 2018, the member states would agree to institutionalize the commemoration by adopting the resolution which established the Inter-American Week for people of African descent in the Americas, to affirm its commitment to ensuring that people of African descent in the Americas enjoy equal rights and opportunities in our hemisphere. Your efforts are commendable. And as we commemorate another International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, at the beginning of the second international decade for people of African descent, you usher in a decade for the achievement of promises yet to be realized. Further, your theme, I Have a Dream, Recognition, Justice, and Development, invoking the inspirational speech delivered more than 60 years ago, which lives in our consciousness and encompasses the proposition of both the first and second decades for people of African descent of recognition, justice, and development. All of which are ideals that are possible in the Americas, even in the face of systemic racism, continued apartheid, and chronic colonialism. Today, however, I want you to also become familiar with the African proverb, and I quote, "There are no witnesses to a dream." For while the Martin Luther King's speech raised hopes, the entrenchment of discrimination and the reversal of gains, which we saw as progress, has dampened patience and a potential nightmare unfolds. The fact is that many of us are awaiting the witnessing, the determination of that dream, as our dwindling beliefs that it can ever become a reality suffocates our future. This proverb also applies to personal aspirations and goals and serves as an encouragement to take action on one's dreams. While dreaming is essential, it is equally important to translate those dreams into tangible actions. This year we mark the 125th year since the 1900 London Conference on Pan-Africanism was convened. This conference marked the first formal gathering of Black leaders and intellectuals from across the African diaspora, aiming to address issues of racial discrimination, colonial oppression, and the socio-economic struggles faced by people of African descent globally, the conditions affecting Black populations in various regions. They tackled issues that still remain relevant today: the importance of self-governance for colonies in Africa and the West Indies. We still have 17 colonies in the Caribbean Sea, and strategies for combating racism and securing political rights for African people, African American. This year is also the 60th anniversary of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. This important international treaty, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 21st, 1965, represents a significant commitment by member states to eliminate racial discrimination and promote equality among all races. Unfortunately, progress has not occurred at the pace and to the extent needed and expected by marginalized groups and victims of racial discrimination, and today stands at serious risk of backsliding. The 21st century also commenced with the adoption of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action on September 8, 2001. During the World Conference Against Racism, Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerances, held in Durban, South Africa. The DDPA serves as a comprehensive international framework aimed at combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance. It is recognized as a significant milestone in the advancement of human rights globally, but there has been pushback against it. One of the most notable failures of the first decade was the non-recognition and non-support for the decade by leading world nations, compounded by persistent and pervasive systematic racism and discrimination, structural inequality in areas such as education, employment, healthcare, and criminal justice, limited access to economic opportunities and financial resources, continued marginalization of the heritage and contributions of people of African descent, underrepresentation in political leadership roles and decision-making processes at local, national, and international levels, declining health of women and girls of African descent globally, increasing environmental and climate vulnerabilities. The next international decade must tackle systemic and structural racism within and among countries, pursue reparatory justice in all its dimensions, and address emerging and urgent challenges. We, the descendants of victims of enslavement and the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, have resolved that for any success, any progress to be made in the next years, to acknowledge the past, repair the present, and build a future of dignity and justice, all actions must be intentional, transformational, and decolonial. Entrenching the speech by Martin Luther King, our awareness of unfulfilled promises, the urgency of the moment, the hope of the people, and the call for equality. Some of the outstanding issues include the collective rights of people of African descent. We submit that they are collective harms, so that we must be collective healing. In conclusion, as we deliberate on the theme, let us be clear that the hesitancy in declaring a second decade in light of the limited successes of the first tells all that the authenticity and acceptance of everyone's involvement in this transformation cannot waver. Our determination and resilience must be relentless, not just today, but every day, moving forward through the second international decade and beyond. My special thanks to Ambassador Elizabeth Darius Clark, Permanent Mission of St. Lucia to the OAS. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Summer, for this very clear and welcome contribution to the celebration. I'm pleased also to greet Commissioner Marvin Gilberto Martinez Morales, the Presidential Commissioner from Guatemala working for combating racism against traditional populations. You have the floor. Thank you, distinguished Ambassador Héctor Arzo Saconeta, distinguished Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, and distinguished permanent representatives, delegates, and esteemed panelists. Greetings to you all. The speaker is speaking in a native tongue.
Reciban un cordial.
I just gave you the warmest greetings from my president, Bernardo Arevalo, from Guatemala, and those who represent the Garífunos and Afro-descendants and other indigenous tribes in my country. You also have greetings from the Presidential Committee Against Racism and Against Indigenous Peoples in Guatemala. We celebrate here the efforts undertaken by the organizers of this meeting today. It's important that we get together and that we consider from the standpoint of the 24-28 program of our policies in Guatemala how critical we believe it is to go back to the roots and to the aspirations of groups of tribes that have been traditionally discriminated against. This has to be offset, as we are trying to offset it, by establishing different areas and places in which dialogue can be undertaken, through which one might know better what the ancestral science and traditions is and how best we can work to ensure that these are not lost. Measures have to be taken to combat systematic racism. We all know that. There has to be a continuous effort to share equality with all. It is in that regard that the proclamation of the second decade for Afro-descendant peoples in this hemisphere should be oriented, we believe. And we need always and ever to continue facing the terrible legacy of colonialism and slavery. Only there and then can restorative justice be aspired to, and ensure that Afro-descendants in the world at large, and not least in this hemisphere, can better be understood and honored and respected. This is an opportunity for states to find a means by which, through their positive action, so much of that negativity might be offset. There has to be, to that end, a transforming and comprehensive vision of what a more humane society might look like. That will only happen if there is an understanding of the collective and individual rights of all people. It is an act of bravery, and let us remember it, to have died for slavery or in slavery. We must be very sure to spot it where it raises its ugly head, where discriminatory practices sneak in, and where one can feel and smell the inheritance of so many disadvantageous and unfortunate practices of the past. We've got to let go of bad behavior, of attitudes, of actions that are wrong. To that end, collective action and sensitization is essential, because anything at all that smacks of unequal treatment in society has roots in the very issue that we are discussing today. And no one more than Reverend Martin Luther King said it more eloquently and spoke, lived and died more eloquently for fairness. We thank the OAS, we applaud the OAS for spending the time today focusing on the legacy that has been left from Black persons in this hemisphere and how we can continue to fight xenophobia, intolerance, and racism in all its forms. Let me quote something. Injustice, wherever one may find it, is a threat to justice anywhere. That comes from Martin Luther King. The speaker again turns to his own indigenous language and he translates it. Let us be one as our ancestors were one. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez Morales, for your presence and for your contribution to this meeting. Let me now give the floor to Engineer Karina Chala Rodriguez, who represents Ecuador and the development of indigenous peoples in her country. You're most welcome to this meeting of the Permanent Council, madam. Go ahead. Distinguished representatives of the member states of the OAS, it is an honor to be with you today to commemorate this International Day in the remembrance of persons victims of the slave trade and slaves themselves. It is critical that we broach these issues head on. The transatlantic slave trade has left deep, deep wounds that we feel yet today. It has to be said that the OAS has been a key actor fighting racism and unfair treatment. The interpreter regrets the speaker is continually interrupted by bad transmission. But I remember, she says, the words of Martin Luther King, that a dream of equality must remain. And he said he had a dream. There is therefore a historic legacy, not only in this country, but indeed in Ecuador and in so many other countries. For many of us, this began in the 16th century when the Spanish brought black slaves to work in the haciendas of our countries. After that, different groups arrived, and that is why, until today, ongoing discrimination exists. In the 17th and 18th century, in Cartagena de Indias in Peru, blacks were sent to the fields of sugarcane, of cocoa, and many of them, of course, worked as domestics in houses. The Ecuadorian black population has remained poor and excluded ever since, frankly. Next. Now, some progress has been made. The convention that dates back to 1945 is one. That is when our Constitution recognized discrimination to be worked against. In 2019, and in 2009, rather, there was a census. Subsequently, in 2008, the National Council on the Equality of Indigenous Peoples and the Constitution of 2008, that very same year, 2008, recognized that this community had collective and specific rights. In 2009, finally, a plan to eliminate discrimination was generated. We are still working on this here in Ecuador with a clear listing of goals to be achieved in this Ecuadorian take on the 2015-2024 decade for Afro-descendants. It has been decided as a national goal that measures to offset the injustices to the Afro-descendants need to be taken. And little by little, different steps indeed were taken and efforts were made in the Afro-Ecuadorian populations. and as a specific chapter, as a matter of fact, public policy focused on what that particular decade was aiming for. Now, at the present time, we are working very hard on, and by the way, it's now a done deal, you can see it here, on this new ID. You see this picture of an ID with a man with a hat? We now allow the people of African descent in Ecuador to identify themselves as such. We will be developing an official document under those same guidelines later, by which means these people are going to receive particular attention when they hope to be awarded scholarships and other assistance, whether it's in housing or in other social measures. And all of these instances would go back to that ID that you see shown here. So some would call this affirmative action, and indeed it is. But it is, above all, the means by which we in my country have found the means by which to ensure that our public policy does not leave this segment of our population kind of lost in the shuffle, as it were. And that goes through a systematization of the information that we have with regard to these populations. We have, look at the image on the right, we have geospatial information that has been put into a special atlas, mission on the left, where there's a mention of different languages, different ethnic groups. We also have statistical descriptions that go down to different cantons or provincial units, the states, if you will, or municipalities, so that from a social cultural standpoint, we see a vast array of the reality and the history of this ethnic group and embrace them fully as part of our nation, which they are. By the same token, we are working on the first phase of a new index on what we will call plurinationality and the interculturality of Afro-Ecuadorians, recognizing that they have a different background from, for instance, people of Spanish descent. There are a number of indicators that are useful to that end, and so that we can track any advance, any progress, or indeed backsliding in assistance to these groups, and other important measures such as intercultural health or education, intercultural justice, democratic participation, so that we know what the involvement of Afro-descendants is at the governmental level. Because we want to make very sure that throughout our country, the Afro-Ecuadorian people are recognized and are respected. Now, that's not going to fall from the sky. We want to have clear objectives to meet so that the historically excluded populations, which these people represent, don't continue to be lost in the shuffle. Let me end simply by saying that we have worked the Organization of American States on these issues and have always underscored our commitment to these matters and the steps that are being taken by high authorities for Afro-descendant populations, recognizing the rights of Afro-descendants to make sure that the comprehensive development of societies doesn't leave them behind. Gender, intersectionality, and access to rights within the OAS context have been elements that we have followed carefully. And attention has also been paid so that these public policies don't forget the importance of being inclusive and of tracking the ongoing progress of Afro-Ecuadorians. Ecuador and Canada have good links in this regard. There's been an effort made to access to international markets through free and fair trade so that products that are manufactured are recognized as they are produced by the Afro-descendants. I have a dream, recognition, justice, and development, said Martin Luther King. And it is to remember those very facts that we are here today. We cannot let it simply be a dream. It had better be tangible and present as we move forward. That is our view, and we hope that in compiling data on Afro-descendants throughout the hemisphere, we can move towards fulfilling those goals. Certainly we attempt to do that in Ecuador, such that our countries in the Americas may be ever fairer.
Thank you very much for your presentation and participation in this commemoration. I am now pleased to greet and give a warm welcome to Ana Fabiana Jaramillo Perez, the founder of the Center for Afro-Peruvian Women's Development, and a representative of the Afro-Peruvian Association in Capote. And I give you the floor. My name is Fabiana Jaramillo, and I'm honored to be here to speak with you about a very fundamental topic for moving forward in our community: justice, reparations, and public policies for Afro-descendants. In Peru, the Afro-Peruvian population is 3.6% of our entire population, according to a 2017 census. And despite our historic and cultural contributions, we continue to face structural inequalities. In education, 50.7% of the Afro-Peruvian population does not have access to higher education, and 20.2% does not finish high school. As far as the economy, informal work affects 78% of Afro-Peruvians, and this limits our access to Social Security. As far as access to basic services, only 43% of the Afro-Peruvian population has drinking water in their homes. With regard to racial discrimination, 31% of Afro-Peruvians have been victims of discrimination in public spaces. And as far as political representation, less than 1% of elected authorities in the last several elections have self-identified as Afro-Peruvian. To overcome these inequalities, the Peruvian government in 2022 adopted the National Policy for the Afro-Peruvian People 2030. This policy identified 5 structural problems, that is, insufficient economic conditions, limited access to education and basic services, persistent ethnic and racial discrimination, a lack of autonomy for Afro-descendant women, and scanty representation in decision-making spaces. But just having this policy doesn't mean it's going to be effectively implemented. We need a budget, follow-up, and a real commitment from the government. Against this backdrop, we need to talk about the twofold vulnerability faced by Afro-Peruvian women. According to official data, Afro-Peruvian women make 40% less than other women in Peru. Gender-based violence in Afro-descendant communities continues to go unrecorded, and this makes it difficult to create effective policies. As far as access to education and employment for Afro-Peruvian women, they continue to face more limitations than Afro-Peruvian men and other Peruvian women. From AFRODEC and SEDEMUCAP, we have been driving initiatives such as leadership training and human rights training for Afro-Peruvian women, as well as a meeting for Afro-Peruvian rural women where we address economic independence and preventing gender-based violence. Another key item that is part of our path toward justice and reparations is shedding light on statistics, making this visible. At the upcoming population and household census in 2025, we will be including a question for the very second time on self-identification as an Afro-Peruvian. However, this is not being subject to appropriate campaigning, and we run the risk of our population continuing to be underrepresented in national statistics. Education is something that we believe is key to social transformation, and from our organization, we've been working actively to ensure that more Afro-Peruvian youth are able to access higher education through Scholarship 18. Thanks to all of these efforts, over 30 Afro-Peruvian young people have been able to enroll and benefit from this scholarship. But we still face challenges. For example, we have a high rate of high school dropouts, limited access to technology in rural areas, and a lack of vocational training for Afro-descendant young people. It's fundamental for the government to ensure that educational support programs and scholarships include an intercultural approach. In order to ensure comprehensive, effective reparations, the National Policy for Afro-Peruvian Communities establishes four main objectives: guaranteeing access to economic and social rights, promoting political participation for Afro-descendants, strengthening cultural identity and access to justice, and implementing public policies with an intercultural approach. But this is only possible if we have a real commitment from the state, not just the civil society. We also need the private sector to be on board. And that is why today we are appealing to the international community and OAS member states. We need tangible actions to reduce inequality and ensure justice and reparations for Afro-descendants in our hemisphere. We need to understand that our fight is not only with the past, but also with the present and the future for justice and equity. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your reflections. Ana Fabiana, thank you for your presentation in this commemoration. To conclude with the interventions from our distinguished guests, I am pleased to give a warm welcome to Mr. Anthony Theobalds, recognized and a cultural representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Theobalds, welcome to the Permanent Council of the OAS, and I give you the floor.
Can you open the mic, please?
Mr. Theobald, we can see you.
Can you please activate your microphone, sir?
There we go. Is on? Can everybody hear me now?
Podemos escuchar.
We can hear.
I apologize for lack of video because I had to completely change my computer system this morning and do not have a camera on my present setup, or the setup that I'm using for this exercise. I thank the OAS for giving me this opportunity to present, and my greetings to the chair and to the Secretary General. I will try to keep my presentation very, very short. Thoughts on the Organization of American States celebration of the 8th Inter-American Week, on International Day to remember victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, and the Decade for People of African Descent in this special meeting. The United Nations has proclaimed a second International Decade for People of African Descent. It is going to run from January 2025 to December 2034. The theme is People of African Descent, Recognition, Justice, and Development. It is presented as an opportunity to take concrete actions to confront the legacies of enslavement and colonialism, deliver reparatory justice, and secure full human rights and freedoms for persons of African descent worldwide. People of African descent world over, and I speak as one such, am well aware that the fight against racism and racial injustice is far from over. So the UN proclamation is a very welcome one, a loud and clear call to all advocates for racial equality to continue the quest for social justice. And it is good and positive that the OAS lends its voice in support and reinforcement of the UN theme as it celebrates this 8th Inter-American Week. As I addressed this august body and the assembled dignitaries, I ponder and I wonder, what might I say that guides, inspires, and adds value to the discourse on our topic? I'm a student of culture, so I turn to the artworks created by storytellers, poets, and singers as a means to express my thoughts and also give their work a platform it may not otherwise get. I ask you to remember to listen to the artists. Help them share positive ideas. In 2004, Vincentian poet Claude Anthony wrote a poem called Slave in 2004. The poem was sparked by two overlapping incidents. First, a speech made on September 1st of that year by then President George W. Bush II, who had outlined a number of policy responses to the September 2001, 11th of September 2001 terrorism attack on the World Trade Center towers in New York City. Effectively, he dictated to the world how all air travel would be from then on so as to enable more protection of the USA. On September 7th, days after his speech, a hurricane struck the southern Caribbean. Particularly hard hit were the islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. In part, the poem reads, I awake to shutter the windows, feeble protection against the September 1st roar from a bush, and I, a new age slave battling globalization, realize that the stinging and trickling on my back are cold raindrops from a hurricane that, like the voice of George, reinforce my poverty. But August '04, did I not celebrate emancipation? That was 2004. It is now 2025, 21 years later. And even as we are gathering to celebrate a decade of focus and work to improve life for people of African descent, it is at a time when once again a roar is coming from a president of the United States of America who seeks again to dictate to the world how things should be done for the protection of the USA. And there are persons, even in the United States, such as podcaster Ronald Martin, who suggest this is a racist agenda to reverse the advances made by blacks. It can be noted that this is happening many years after trying to seek progress and a level playing field. I have frequently listened to presentations by the Honorable Mia Motley of Barbados and by my very own Honorable Dr. Ralph E. Gonsalves. They speak to the fact that reparations are long overdue. they do not really ask for specific amounts of money. They are asking for a level playing field and an equal chance at funding without strings of conditionality that in fact move the goalposts, cutting off our access. Maybe the road we need to follow is away from the Western institutions and towards BRICS, but I really don't know. As a cultural savant and servant, my reaction is to listen to and follow the advice of positive and progressive artists. The best voice I can quote is Bob Marley, who asked that we emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. A new voice of hope is Chronix, who says, we not give up, ain't no giving in. Jah guide I and I from the beginning. As I focus on St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this last weekend, March 22nd, St. Vincent and the Grenadines held a film festival. And from that program, I was reminded of the resilience of our people. A documentary looked at the spiritual Baptists and the special place they hold in our cultural landscape. They are finally getting a public holiday in their honor as recognition of all that they have endured and contributed. They meld African worship form with Christian theology. I highlight this film as it serves as a direct fulfillment of the Action Plan Article I-4, promote respect for and tolerance of different cultural expressions and religions with African roots. Another film in the same festival looked at the petroglyphs of the Argyle area. These were moved as part of the Argyle International Airport construction. As part of the story of the move of the petroglyphs, the film reminds that these markings predate European arrival in SVG. They speak to culture and society before European frame of reference. As Vincentians, we have heritage and achievement to be proud of. Although the society is predominantly Afro-descendant, I think we can and should choose to embrace and celebrate all the elements of being Vincentian. And so these things give me hope in spite of the troubled times in which we live. I commend this body, Organization of American States. I thank them for the work done in the past and the work proposed to be undertaken during the coming decade. I wish to thank all staff and all embassies for their continued efforts and steadfastness in meeting the challenges and working for equality of all races, ethnicities, and creeds. I wish success to these efforts. Finally, I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I do hope my words bring light and strength. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theobald, for your presentation and participation in this very important commemoration. On behalf of the Permanent Council, we would like to express our thanks to our distinguished panelists for their interventions. Thank you for being with us and participating. Now, I am delighted to open the floor to our Secretary General, Luis Almagro.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. When the evolution of slavery began over 200 years ago, all of the colonial powers followed the example that was being given in that moment. But the system of slavery was so deeply rooted, so profoundly in policies in so many countries that its remnants are alive today, and we can feel it, we can see it. The most important thing for us to do is to condemn it. And these institutional sequelae of racism can be seen frequently when we look at political leadership, when we hire civil servants, when a police officer shoots his gun, when someone is suspected of a crime. That is why condemning all of this is so vital. That is why reparations in policy is fundamental. And for over 4 years now, we have been working on this, and we reiterate it today. Reparations are a necessity. We need to look at these practices and policies, the institutional trends that we still face today. As I stated, these remnants are manifested in many different ways, but at the root, they stem from an arrogant belief that one race is superior to another. It's an absurd belief, and the idea that our genetic traits make up who has what and who deserves what should be done away with, and this is the challenge that we face. Microaggressions, whatever they may be, are so damaging, as well as discrimination practices, blocking access to education, healthcare, finances, professional growth. We can just admire and feel proud of the achievements that Afro-descendants have made. And without a doubt, they have had to work twice as hard, 3 times as hard, maybe 4 times as hard to access significant opportunities. Without the privileges inherited from prior generations, quite the contrary, in fact. As Secretary General of the OAS, we maintain our commitment of safeguarding human rights for all individuals and promoting policies aimed at eradicating discrimination and racism, and to provide reparations. However, unfortunately, in the Americas, there are not many who have ratified the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance, adopted 12 years ago. I hope that all member states of the OAS ratify this convention before the end of the second International Week for Afro-Descendants proclaimed by the United Nations in January of this year. And we can promise that we will fight fanaticism and racial prejudice, which still exist in our societies. And it's fundamental for us to recognize and value the important contributions made by Afro-descendants to the development of our continent. Generational trauma and unequal treatment is part of the democratic fabric in our countries, and it's fundamental for us to bring this topic to the international stage and for countries to adopt measures to fight racism and discrimination so that we can ensure that all people in the Americas are able to enjoy their fundamental rights to dignity and equal opportunities, and ensure that those rights are protected regardless of the color of their skin or where they live. I would also like to salute you, Chair, and congratulate you for your work at the helm of this permanent council during the last 3 months. Your management has been marked by your legal skill, your political abilities, and for your inalienable commitment to this organization. Thank you very much for being here for this very special event. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretary General for his words. Also, thank you very much for your words to me personally. Dear colleagues, and now we will open the floor for interventions from OAS member states. We have a very long list of requests for the floor, and so I would please ask you to respect the 5-minute limit established by the rules of procedure. We will begin with Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Chair, Ambassadors, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished panelists. Good morning. It's an honor to take part in this special session of the Permanent Council, where we are commemorating the International Day of Remembrance for the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, in the framework of the Inter-American Week for Afro-Descendants. And I would like to express our sincere thanks to the panelists today and to everyone who has been involved in coordinating all of the activities planned for this special week, particularly the Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, his Chief of Staff, and the entire team from the Secretariat. Also, thank you very much, Chair, to you for your leadership and your work at the helm of the Permanent Council over this last quarter. Chair, this date invites us to reflect on the wounds of the past, but also to renew our commitment to justice, equality, and eradicating racism in all of its forms. This year, we are celebrating the Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendant Persons under the motto, I Have a Dream, Recognition, Justice, Development. This is a tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King, and this call resonates in the Americas. It reminds us that it is only through recognizing history and ensuring the right to justice and driving development that we will be able to build truly inclusive societies. In Costa Rica, this commemoration has a deep meaning. We are a multi-ethnic, pluricultural republic, and we have adopted concrete measures to ensure the rights of our Afro-descendant population. From implementing our national policy for a society free of racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia, to ratification of the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, we have consolidated a regulatory framework and policies that prioritize dignity, equality, and recognition. With this in mind, Costa Rica has also launched a national strategy to prevent and address hate speech and discrimination. This is a pioneer tool in the region. Our strategy is coordinated around 5 key areas: human rights, education, a culture of peace, access to data, and justice, with a fight against impunity. The comprehensive development of Afro-descendants is a priority, and we have a national health plan for this population with legislation that establishes affirmative action aimed at ensuring real opportunities. These initiatives are founded in the principles of equity, inclusion, and sustainable human development. Regionally, Costa Rica has been an active participant in the Inter-American Network of High-Level Authorities on Policies for the Afro-Descendant Population, known as RIAFRA. Thank you to Brazil for hosting the 5th special plenary of that network. We are also part of the informal working group for a future Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Afro-Descendants and their communities. And we urge other member states to join this crucial effort led by the permanent missions of Brazil and Colombia. However, we recognize that there are still structural challenges. Systemic racism and multiple forms of discrimination, in particular those that impact Afro-descendant women, require an intersectional approach that is decisive and sustained. Today, we pay tribute not only to the memory of those who were victims of slavery, but also the hope of those who sowed the seeds of resistance. Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to continuing to work for a more fair, inclusive hemisphere that is free of racism. As stated so eloquently by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Let's continue to dream, but above all, let's continue to act decisively so that this dream of recognition, justice, and development is no longer just a dream, but a reality for all Afro-descendants of our hemisphere. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica.
Thank you, Costa Rica. The Bahamas is recognized.
Good morning, all. I'm advised that I am a descendant of a famous or infamous African slave by the name of Pompey. Pompey rebelled against the strictures of slavery and started a rebellion on a plantation on the island of my birth. That event started a domino of eventual freedom for many. I think many can attest that Pompey is obviously within me. As we commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade under the theme, I Have a Dream, Recognition, Justice, Development, today we are reminded that the legacy of slavery is not confined to the annals of history, but continues to shape our present. Nobel Peace Prize laureate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his enduring vision was forged in the crucible of struggle. Notably, the historic Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech was actually written in 1964 in the Bahamas. His work and that iconic I Have a Dream speech serve as beacons of hope for Black Bahamians who, long after the formal abolition of slavery, have persisted in their fight for civil liberties and justice. The history of the transatlantic slave trade is a tale of profound injustice. In 1834, approximately 700,000 enslaved individuals were nominally freed by the British government. Yet the freed people received no compensation, while the British spent nearly 40% of its annual budget to reimburse slave owners. The slaves had to work for 4 more years to get themselves manumitted without any compensation for their labor. And to this day, their descendants have also received nothing. For the Bahamas, the call for reparatory justice is both a moral imperative and a pathway toward true development. Our quest for reparations goes far beyond mere financial redress or symbolic apologies. It is a demand for recognition of the grievous injustices inflicted upon our ancestors and an urgent appeal for measures that address the enduring impacts on our culture, education, and development. In 2014, we established our National Reparations Committee, and in 2024, we reaffirmed our commitment by working alongside the CARICOM Reparations Commission. The Commission's 10-point plan envisions reparations that bolster public education, enhance health awareness, and facilitate psychological rehabilitation. It is no happenstance that the root phrase in reparations is repair. Chair, it is critical to recognize that the struggle for justice also extends to our regional responsibilities. We must not overlook the debt owed to assist our sister nation, Haiti, a nation that continues to bear the scars of colonial exploitation and historical neglect. Addressing this debt is a crucial step towards ensuring that reparatory justice is holistic, reaching all those whose lives have been marred by the legacy of slavery and its cascading impacts. In our ongoing pursuit of justice, we also emphasize the inherent value of diversity and representation. It is an imperative that the entities which govern and make decisions on behalf of our diverse communities truly reflect our diversity. When those in power represent a spectrum of voices, experiences, and histories, policies and actions are enriched by perspectives that foster inclusion and equity. This is not merely a matter of principle. It is essential for developing comprehensive solutions that address historical injustices and ensure sustainable development. As we deliberate today, let us acknowledge the intersection of reparations and climate justice. The very system that once profited from the exploitation of enslaved peoples now contribute disproportionately to environmental degradation. While the Bahamas has only marginally contributed to the climate crisis, we are now facing an existential threat from severe environmental impacts, threats that are exacerbated by centuries of neglect and overconsumption of resources by large polluters. Reparations in this light must also include climate justice measures. Those nations and systems that have reaped enormous benefits at the expense of human dignity and environmental health must now bear responsibility for remedial actions. Today, as we remember the victims of a dark past, we are called to transform remembrance into action. Chair, the journey towards justice is long and arduous, but each step taken in recognition of past suffering and in pursuit of a fairer future is a testament to our collective resolve. As we move forward, let our discussions and actions here serve as a catalyst for concrete changes ensuring that justice, development, and true representation are not just ideals, but realities for all affected by enduring legacy of slavery. In the context of my country, from whence I hail, I humbly exercise the liberty to adopt a quote from an undeclared Bahamian civil rights activist. And I quote, "Our islands must rise beyond the shadows of imposed inferiority. We must reclaim the dignity of our ancestors' bequeathed. We must sing our truth into a future unbound by discrimination and free from the insecurities and mental slavery that some would have us shackled once again." I thank you, Chair, and I thank all of you for your commitment to this vital cause.
Muchas gracias, Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Honduras is recognized. Thank you, Chair. I want to applaud you for your stellar contribution in heading the meetings of the Permanent Council here at the OAS, and let me also hail the presence of Nestor Mendez, who has always invested so much of himself in this event. And, of course, that under the great approval of his boss, the Secretary General. And all of those who were present at the inauguration will know whereof I speak. When we held the kickoff to this event in 2008 in New York, Abdel Zelaya Rosales, my president, was present. And I can only remember him and thinking that in 2022, the presidency of Suleiman Marcos has continued committed to the Garifuna people, the original peoples, who have so been discriminated against in my country, Honduras. The Garifuna collectivity, which I'm sure you remember well. There have been a number of policies and programs that were launched beginning in 2022 by the Social Secretariat of my country, aimed at trying to do more and to do better to integrate the indigenous peoples into the mainstream of social development and economic progress in my country. The original peoples and Afro-descendants in my country are very much at the heart of the policies we are still working on in order to work with and do more for such communities. The strengthening of alliances with the UN is something that my group Cedesol has considered important to fight inequality, to fight poverty across the board, and yes, most especially among the original peoples. When we held the meeting yesterday to commemorate the history of the original peoples here, we remembered Aurelio Martinez, a Garifano musician who died in March in Roatan, on the island of Roatan, just off the coast of Honduras, in a twin-motor flight. And we remember him here, recalling the great legacy he has left as a Honduran artist. I happen to have been a good friend of his. I never saw him as a political figure. I saw him to be the artist that he was. And by the way, I have nothing against politicians. But guess what? Give me the choice as to being with an artist or with a politician, and I'll go for the artist every time. That was certainly the case with my dear friend. It was another musician who introduced him. They had been children and friends together. Guillermo Anderson, Aurelio Martinez was just flying from Roatan to the airport, and that airport had only just recently been renamed Guillermo Anderson. He had a bestseller among the records that were sold, and with great respect, Mr. Chairman, if you would be so kind, could you call for 1 minute of silence to remember the Garifuna public in Central America and elsewhere. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Honduras. I'm pleased to give the floor to Uruguay. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to greet the Secretary General of the OAS, the Assistant Secretary General, and the visitors among us. First and foremost, I wanted to say how very pleased my country is to hold this traditional memorial to the many, many who were lost in the slave trade, and very much under the aegis, of course, of Martin Luther King's famous words, "I have a dream." We are still working on how best to proceed to write a better testament and a better plan for the Afro-descendants. But every 25 years, every 25th of March, the interpreter corrects herself, we remember those whom we lost in the slave trade. Our ongoing fight against racial inequality and inequality in general is at the heart of what we remember today. And we do well to do so, because it is only in doing so that we can perhaps do better as we move forward and leave behind the frightful and truly tragic transatlantic slave trade and the ongoing injustice, let's face it, that continues in this hemisphere. It will be through the identification of concrete measures to fight racial inequality against Afro-descendants that we will do a minimum of what we need to do. Racial intolerance and other forms of intolerance have to be at the heart of what we do, and especially when we presume to do it with regard to and in remembrance of the historically discriminated communities. We stand against that discrimination and for our ongoing commitment to ever more socially just societies where everyone can be respected without distinguishing as among gender, race, language, or historical background. It is in promoting public policies that will fight racial inequality in that regard that we can indeed move forward, and Uruguay have signed a number of different laws to that end, so that racial equality, particularly among the Afro-descendants in the ambit of labor and education, may be better respected. We've established a national council on racial equality, particularly focusing on Afro-descendants, understanding the ethno-racial impact of public policy. And there has been increasing attention paid to that particular field. So we take this opportunity to say we're still working on this. It's an ongoing obligation that we have. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mexico wishes to greet the delegations of Brazil and Colombia for the leadership that they have taken in bringing together an Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Afro-Descendant Peoples. Mexico is part of the informal group that works in that context from day one, and we're very pleased that it has continued. We recognize also the unstinting work that SADIE and IACHR and others have always paid to people who are racially discriminated. We consider that committee as a collegiate body that does well to promote and defend human rights in this hemisphere and remains most properly committed to ongoing struggles against racial intolerance. Our thanks also to Nestor Mendes and to his team. The activities that have been carried out over this 8th week of the remembrance of Afro-descendants really prompt us to think again. To eradicate discrimination in its many forms is, after all, a duty that falls to us all. Racism is a structural problem everywhere, and we must find solid and far-reaching policies to fight it. In Mexico, we have done what we could to adopt an intersectoral approach, to identify the historic means by which so many people have been discriminated against, and most especially, need I say it, against women and little girls. In August of 2009, a reform was adopted in Mexico, recognizing that Afro-Mexicans are very much a part of the pluricultural population of Mexico. In a new reform, they were recognized to be subjects of public attention with their own heritage, with particular attention to be paid, again, to small boys, girls, and Afro-descendants of Afro-descendant origin. Claudia Sheinbaum, our present presidency, just noted the anniversary of Vicente Guerrero, who was the second president of the Republic of Mexico and a hero of the revolution against Spain. Thanks to Vicente Guerrero, it was in 1829, that's almost 200 years ago, slavery was abolished throughout the Mexican territory. That allowed millions of Afro-descendants who were enslaved in the Mexican territory to reach freedom. And that was the case of the Black Seminole population that had descended from the indigenous population Black indigenous population in Florida. And they were able to cross the whole state of Texas and cross the border to Mexico to establish themselves in the very large northern state of Coahuila. We remember them and we recognize them as an indigenous people, yes, but also with Afro-descendant roots. 2% of the Mexican population self-identifies as Afro-descendants. We're talking about 2.5 million people, ladies and gentlemen. 2.5 million Mexicans are Afro-descendants. 50.4% are women. 49.6% are men. And so, Chair, it is pertinent, is it not, that millions of Mexican citizens understand that they are also Afro-descendants, and that entity needs to be perceived as such, and that is why we speak up for them in this permanent council, sharing the share of our pluri-ethnic and pluricultural wealth with all of you, to make very sure that the Afro-descendant part of Mexico's culture is known and cherished. The feminist programs, such as we saw during the constitutional reform in Mexico, has also, I should say, allowed women to take their place, their rightful place, in the politics of Mexico at all levels and in their own communities. Celeste Sanchez in 2021 became the first senator in Mexico of Afro-descendant origins. Since then, 2024, Rosa Maria Castro Salinas, for her part, is opening new roads and new ways forward for Afro-descendant women to be recognized in the government of Mexico. We've come a long way since the Atlantic slave trade, but perhaps not even far enough. We will stay with it. We will keep working for the liberation of millions of Mexicans of Afro-descendant origin, the fight for social equality, and the emancipation of Mexico. It's been a long, long road, and we're not done yet. Can't rest and must remain committed institutionally and at the grassroots community level. We take the opportunity here to hail our commitment to human rights, to universality of these rights, because this, at the end of the day, is the backbone of our own sovereignty and our own democracy, rooted in the rights of every person, regardless of gender, regardless of race. We hold high our Afro-descendant heritage and will continue to work hard to make sure that people learn of it and understand the dignity involved while we reject all forms of colonialism and discrimination. It's all one. We've had an indigenous president, we've had an Afro-descendant president, he was the second one, and now we have a woman president, also of interesting heritage. So we understand that Latin America is a vast paradigm of great differences and at the same time the common wheel of fighting all forms of racism and all sorts of intolerism. Please, all of you who have not yet adhered to the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Intolerance, and similar forms of intolerance, CIRVE, please join. The same goes for the CIVI, all forms of gender intolerance. In this week, in which we celebrate the legacy of Martin Luther King, we can only remember how tirelessly, to his last breath, fought for a society that would make the difference and that would recognize differences. Hopefully, we will get closer to his vision day by day. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Antigua and Barbuda is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, for 8 years, we have gathered for this annual commemoration, and it is right that we continue to do so because some tragedies in human history are so grotesque and of such magnitude that we should resolve to hold a gathering every year to show the victims the respect that was denied to them in their lifetimes, and to ensure that a repetition of such grotesqueries never occur. My delegation anticipates the continuation of this observance at the OAS. Antigua and Barbuda honors the memory of the millions of people who were enslaved or perished during one of the darkest chapters of human history, the transatlantic slave trade. We invite all member states to pay homage to those victims by dismantling slavery's institutional remnants, such as racism, discrimination, economic inequity, marginalization, and systemic underdevelopment. We see this day as an occasion for member states to recommit to racial equity, justice, and inclusion within all of our borders and throughout all of our global affairs. My delegation is greatly troubled that despite prohibition, outright slavery exists in contemporary forms and affects an estimated 46 million people worldwide, the majority of whom are women and girls. We acknowledge the OAS's convening power and commend its attempt to formulate plans and implement binding measures to eradicate racism and discrimination from the Americas. Yet we are disheartened that despite our years of work, the legacies of the transatlantic slave trade are still with us. Across the Americas, with the exception of the Caribbean, millions are singled out for fewer opportunities, lower quality of services, and contemptuous treatment. Regrettably, those who endured these corrosive actions are the descendants of enslaved Africans. people who are inherently rich in culture, in ingenuity, in courage, and in pride. On this occasion, Antigua and Barbuda reminds all member states that our collective strength comes from our solidarity and from our determination to dismantle the structures of racism and discrimination, to insist on equitable practices and policies in our schools, law enforcement, healthcare, and employment, and to commit to reparatory justice. In the manner of Frederick Douglass, such aspirations should be our deepest desires and our greatest labors. The OAS should continue to be an active participant in the fight for change and not simply a passive observer. The need for our concerted actions to create an equitable world is urgent and undeniable. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Antigua y Barbuda, San Vicente y las Granadinas.
Thank you very much. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is following.
Chair, distinguished representatives, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines extends its gratitude to the Permanent Council for convening this special meeting to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance for the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Our heartfelt thanks and congratulations to the Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, his team, and the staff at the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity for their dedicated efforts over the years in commemorating the Inter-American Week and the International Day of Remembrance for the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Their work has been instrumental in honoring the victims and promoting recognition, justice, and development for Afro-descendant communities. We also wish to thank the panelists for their insightful and inspiring contributions. Mr. Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines stands in solidarity with all member states in advocating for the rights of Afro-descendant persons and peoples. This occasion serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring scars left by this dark chapter in human history and deepens our resolve to combat its lasting repercussions. The theme of this year's commemoration, I Have a Dream, Recognition, Justice, Development, echoes the visionary words of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and aligns with the United Nations' Second International Decade for People of African Descent, 2025 to 2034. This theme continues the work of the first decade to advance recognition, justice, and development for people of African descent. St. Vincent and the Grenadines fully supports this renewed commitment to addressing historical injustices and fostering equality, dignity, and sustainable development. Mr. Chair, the transatlantic slave trade profoundly impacted people of African descent, including the Garifuna. The Garifuna, descendants of African and indigenous Kalinago peoples, have faced centuries of adversity, including forced displacement from their ancestral homeland, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Despite these challenges, they have preserved their rich cultural heritage and continue to contribute significantly to the social and cultural fabric of the Caribbean and Central America. Their story is a testament to the enduring spirit and resilience of Afro-descendant communities. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has undertaken meaningful initiatives to promote the rights and well-being of Afro-descendant persons. These initiatives include active leadership within the Caribbean Community Reparations Commission, advocating for reparations for genocide against the Garifuna and descendants of enslaved Africans. The government continues to implement cultural preservation and educational programs aimed at sustaining the rich cultural heritage and educating future generations about the history and contributions of Afro-descendant communities. My delegation is proud to have its compatriot, Mr. Anthony Thibbles, as one of our guest speakers on today's program. His presentation underscores the nation's steadfast commitment to ensuring that the voices of its people remain central to the dialogue on recognition, justice, and development. Mr. Chair, my delegation wishes to convey condolences to the government and people of Honduras and the wider Garifuna community on the passing of Mr. Aurelio Martinez of Honduras. Mr. Martinez, who tragically lost his life recently, was renowned for his contributions to Garifuna music and his efforts to preserve and promote the heritage of the Garifuna people, including their historical connection to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Mr. Chair, as we reflect on the profound impact of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, it is essential to envision a future where recognition, justice, and development are fully realized. This journey requires collective effort and unwavering commitment. Imagine a world where every individual is acknowledged and celebrated, where justice prevails and historical injustices are healed, where development is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. This is the dream St. Vincent and the Grenadines strives for, a brighter, more just future. In conclusion, St. Vincent and the Grenadines reaffirms its dedication to the principles enshrined in the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, the Durban Declaration, and the theme of today's commemoration. Together, let us honor the victims of slavery by advancing bold actions that confront historical injustices and pave the way for a future rooted in equity, dignity, and mutual respect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to St. Vincent. St. Kitts and Nevis is recognized.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished panelists, to whom thanks are extended, delegates, congratulations are especially extended to ASG Mendez and his team for the outstanding program for this year's celebration of the Inter-American Week for People of African Descent. St. Kitts and Nevis makes the hopeful call that this Inter-American Week, which was your initiative, ASG, will continue to blossom with the full support of member states under the new administration and well into the future. Today, as we gather to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, we pause to reflect on a journey that spans not just oceans, but centuries, a journey etched in the collective memory of our ancestors, in the hearts of their descendants, and in the conscience of the world. The transatlantic journey was one of unimaginable physical, mental, and emotional torment, of chains and bondage, of tears and blood, of human beings who knew that they were equally the children of one God, even when others denied their truth. We strive to forget the horrors, yet we must remember the strength it took to continue to hold on to life, to survive and to dream, so that even as the cries of the past echo with pain, we must celebrate the courage that transcended it. Recognition is not merely a backward glance. It is a powerful point of reflection that allows us to consolidate the lessons of history and to understand the resilience of a people who transformed suffering into strength. Recognition is our springboard, a place from which we leap forward, inspired by the triumph of the human spirit. But recognition alone is not enough. So justice must be the seminal component of any healing equation. For justice demands that we acknowledge the atrocities committed, not as distant historical footnotes, but as wounds whose scars we still bear today. Justice calls us to right the wrongs, to heal the malignant systemic blisters that have festered for generations. Blisters that still weep in the lived realities of Afro-descendants who, even now, struggle to defy systemic obstacles to growth and development and upward mobility so that they too can be justifiably proud of who they are, of their potential, of their innate power to shine. A dream is even more powerful when it transforms into action, when we literally refuse to be held down, when we don't simply wake up but get up, inspired and resolute, marching over the hills watered by tears for the flowering of truth. Development must be the fruit of recognition and justice. It must dismantle the legacies of inequity that persist level the playing field where opportunity has long been uneven, it must ensure that the voices once silenced by oppression, now lead the chorus of progress. As we honor the memory of those who perished and those who endured, let us reaffirm our commitment to a future where their sacrifices have not been in vain. Let us build a world where recognition heals, where justice prevails, and where development uplifts. A world where our descendants, in looking back, will see not only the shadows of our past, but the brilliance of our progress. The dream never dies. It has survived the transatlantic nightmare in the veins of my ancestors. It emerged from angry waters determined, latent, urgent, immortal. It is the dream of St. Kitts and Nevis that our collective dream will continue to inspire action until justice is served, until healing is complete, and until development leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Haiti, please. Good afternoon, all representatives. Chair, the Haitian delegation expresses its full support for celebrating the International Day of Commemoration of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. Please allow me, Chair, on behalf of the Republic of Haiti, which is the first Afro-descendant people of the Americas, to present my warm congratulations to the Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Ambassador Celia Prince, and the entire team for having lit the torch for commemorating this week for Afro-descendants in the OAS. As we are commemorating today everyone who has suffered and resisted oppression and paying tribute to them in our fight for equality and justice. The opening ceremony this week has been a beautiful success, and my delegation would like to propose that we commemorate the Week of Afro-Descendants from now on at the level of the Office of the General Secretariat and the new administration of the Secretary General-elect, Mr. Albert Ramdin, grant this topic the importance it deserves at the heart of our hemispheric level organization, as it is of capital importance for the entire international community. The International Day of Commemoration of Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade provides us with a moment for reflection on this shameful period, this system of human trafficking and extreme brutality that was built on the myth of white supremacy. And over 400 years, 15 to 30 million men, women, and children were victims of the tragic transatlantic slave trade, one of the darkest chapters of human history, and we remember it with bitterness and sadness. At least the name itself has perished on the way to the coast in the homes of slaves in Gorea, Uida, Elmina, and Zanzibar during the crossing, and Africa was decimated without pity. Millions were killed by poor treatment, abuse, forced labor, epidemics, and wars of resistance. And we have all faced this troubling question, what drove people to act with such cruelty? We see all evidence to the contrary that these were beasts of burden. We see the age of enlightenment, philosophy supported by religion used to justify keeping these captives, using them as property, and slavery is a painful reality that has left a deep imprint on the daily life of so many people around the world, even today. And this day of commemoration provides us with an opportunity to act, because our racist heritage of slavery continues to contaminate our societies. This commemoration today reveals the special importance for my country in more ways than one. Haiti has its roots in a ferocious resistance of our ancestors against slavery and the black slave trade. And Haiti is a beacon of courage, resistance, and freedom, a living testimony to the strength of human will in the face of oppression and injustice. Our history is a powerful reminder of the capacity of human beings to overcome obstacles, the most difficult in imagination, to defend our fundamental rights. We were the first country in the world to strongly proclaim that slavery and the transatlantic slave trade was inhuman, repugnant, and unacceptable. As others pay tribute to noble ideals and affirm through beautiful words that this truth is evident, that all men are born equal, we see that slavery remains intact today, and our brave heroes from independence, as well as the prior generations in the colony of Saint Domingo, today Haiti, braved dangers to fight slavery. And after conquering their freedom, these heroes and heroines sought to expand their goodwill to the freedom of other people around the hemisphere and the world, and they therefore contributed their assistance to oppressed people around the world. This is part of their tireless commitment to justice and human solidarity. Haiti was ostracized, targeted for destroying colonial powers, as it was a threat to the global economic order based on slavery, and continues to pay heavy prices for its universal humanism and generosity of spirit. Haiti has always been attached to those who are oppressed, and today we are a symbol of the courage of the Afro-descendants and their fight. We refused to give up in the face of adversity and historic challenges of all types. The support for the oppressed is always part of our foreign diplomacy, and that has not changed since our founding. Our contribution in many great international fora has led to the creation of human rights documents, notably the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 at the UN, of which we were a founding member. This is well known, and we will continue to fight and spare no effort for freedom, human rights, and the human spirit. This day is an opportunity for us not only to celebrate the contribution, which is so gigantic and undeniable, of Afro-descendants in building economic progress in the great Western nations, but it's also an opportunity to meditate and question ourselves on the current status of Afro-descendants in the Americas in particular. What has our region done for the sons and daughters of these workers who were brutally exploited for so many centuries of human trafficking and slavery? Afro-descendants continue to face structural racism and racial discrimination. It's well established that there's a historic link between these discriminations and poverty among Afro-descendants. Despite their incredible contribution in all areas of society, over 2/3 of Afro-descendants in the Americas continue to live below the poverty threshold even today. As we commemorate to this day, I'd like to take this opportunity to share an idea that's already well known in this organization. The countries of this hemisphere that have suffered slavery need support from the international community to make up the historic economic delay caused by the loss of their natural resources and the labor force of their sons and daughters for the good of developed societies. And Western society has a historic and moral debt to countries like mine. We must ensure that these words turn into concrete actions in order to effectively improve the quality of life of Afro-descendants. Therefore, it falls on us to recognize that we are all part of the same human fabric, and therefore we must help one another to forge equality, well-being, and peace. Therefore, it's a good time to remind everyone that Haiti was a pioneer in breaking and abolishing slavery around the world, and today we face the most difficult period in our history. We face a cataclysmic humanitarian and security crisis, and the security forces have been overwhelmed. Armed gangs have paralyzed our country and all of its operations, and the multinational mission deployed in Haiti is underfinanced, and this has serious consequences for the operational capacity and support that it can contribute to the security forces in the face of this scourge. We are hostages to armed gangs who have taken over our territory. Haiti fought off slavery and the slave trade, and we are now on our knees. This is why we are asking for assistance from our international partners. We are not large enough with so many cities in the great powers that could resolve this in a matter of weeks if there were true political will, as the international community certainly has the means to do so. This International Day of commemorating the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade goes beyond simple commemoration. It's also a call for action and solidarity from member states around the world to the Haitian people. Our ancestors heroically fought slavery and the slave trade, and this freedom conquered by our heroes and independence opened the paths to abolishing slavery around the world in so many countries, particularly in our nation, in our hemisphere. To conclude, I'd like to share that the National Assembly of France, through MP from Guyana, Christiane Taubira, has adopted the Taubira Law, adopted on May 10th, 2001, which recognizes the slave trade and slavery as a crime against humanity. It is necessary for describing the horrors through this long, terrible tragedy of slave trade and the universal moral. Madame Taubira concluded by saying that those who face the most extreme cruelty bear with them beyond the seas of horror, tradition and values, principles and myths, rules and beliefs. Those who invented the songs Ambassador, with all due respect, I apologize for cutting off the time, but we have doubled our assigned time frame. I really do apologize, but we do ask for you to conclude. Yes, I have just 4 lines left, please. Those who invented these tales, languages, rites, gods, knowledge for an unknown continent, those who survive the apocalyptic crossing of the slave trade in the slave ships, all of these human beings were able to prove their humanity. And today it's an honor to bow before the memory of those victims of this crime. Thank you very much, Chair.
Distinguidos colegas.
Dear colleagues, once again, I will call on all of you to please respect the 5 minutes pursuant to our rules of procedure. We have a very long list of requests for the floor today, and we only have interpreting until Chair. Thank you very much to all of the panelists for their contribution this morning to our conversation, particularly to the Minister of Racial Equality in Brazil, Aniele Franco. Thank you for being with us and sharing this valuable information on the Brazilian perspective and the measures undertaken by our government with other countries of the region. Our foreign policy seeks to reflect our diversity and promote racial equality, which are fundamental for human rights, social justice, and democracy. Along these lines, we lead international efforts in attacking racism and racial intolerance. We have been drivers of negotiations leading to the adoption of the second International Decade of Afro-Descendants in December 2024. The minister also stated that we have proposed a voluntary SDG 18 on racial and ethnic equality, and in the OAS in Brazil in 2021, we adopted the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, and this reiterates our promotion and protection of human rights as we fight racism. At the last OAS-GA, alongside Colombia, we proposed and achieved a resolution being adopted creating the framework for negotiating a regional declaration on the rights of Afro-descendants, and the resolution created an informal working group, the conclusions of which were shared today by the Secretary of Access to Rights and Equity, Mari Carmen Plata, and we are very grateful to her for that support, to her and her entire team. Nationally, Brazil has moved forward as we attack racial inequality with Minister Aniele. As we heard in prior occasions, we created the Ministry of Racial Equality, which was in itself a big step forward in fighting racism in Brazil. on many different fronts. We have ACT on behalf of the Afro-descent population. We have the Black Live Youth Plan, which seeks to reduce homicide and vulnerabilities among youth, as well as public policies to ensure their well-being. And we have cross-cutting activities among 18 ministries to that end. We also have been providing training Black civil servants to hold leadership positions, including the development of Leaders of the Future program. And we have seen this specifically for Black civil servants. And finally, I have to mention the program for affirmative action, which was created in 2024. And we have already seen over 300 activities drafted under the aegis of this program for federal administration. It aims to promote the inclusion of Black persons, quilombolas, indigenous persons, persons with disabilities, and women in public policies through affirmative action for reparations, assessment, and accessibility. We have positioned ourselves and our government very staunchly against any racism that may occur in sporting events, particularly soccer. To that end, we remind you that Brazilian have been 5-time World Cup champions, and this is largely thanks to our multicultural, multiracial makeup. We urge all appropriate authorities to act decisively to repress and prevent any act of racism, discrimination, intolerance, promote policies for racial equality, and to share knowledge and best practices to expand access for Afro-descendants, immigrants, and other vulnerable groups in sports. Thank you very much. Thank you to Brazil. Thank you for sharing Brazil's sporting traditions, and we have great admiration for that. The Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank you, first of all, on behalf of my delegation for convening this special session of the Permanent Council, and thank you for the presentation from the panelists. This is a time for us to recognize the efforts of the General Secretariat and the Assistant Secretary General and his team for celebrating these days, for commemorating Afro-descendants in the Americas. And the motto this year is, I have a dream, recognition, justice, development. The International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade is a moment for us to reflect, recognize the legacy of the victims of slavery in the Americas and its impact on our societies. Through the years, the OAS has acted as a forum to shed light on and highlight the rich of Afro-descendants and their heritage. We have 8 Inter-American Weeks and the commemoration of the Month of Afro-Descendants in 2016 to 2018. These activities have been fundamental for recognizing the dignity, equality, and fundamental rights of Afro-descendants in our hemisphere. As a country, we maintain our staunch commitment to fulfilling and implementing international instruments for promoting and protecting human rights for all citizens, both in the inter-American realm and globally. We therefore salute the presentation of the results of the consultations on priority topics that can be part of a future Inter-American Declaration on the rights of Afro-descendants and their communities. The influence of Afro-descendant culture in the DR goes back to the colonial period with the arrival of this transatlantic slave trade, and their cultural heritage led to the creation of the Dominican culture we all know today. Through that merger between indigenous European and African peoples, we were able to see the birth of a mestizo or mulatto cultural mix and a population that traces its origins back to a unique, diverse past. And according to a study, 39% of Dominicans have European DNA, 40% African DNA, and 4% pre-Columbian indigenous DNA. And this confirms the unique background of our history, and we are a very distinct country in our region. The DR has established the right to equality in which all persons receive the same protection and treatment from public authorities, institutions, and enjoy the same rights, freedoms, and opportunities without any discrimination due to their gender, color, age, nationality, or others. Our authorities have been driving initiatives for public policies to guarantee inclusion and the promotion of respect for all individuals. As part of these efforts, in our country, we hold multi-sectoral events. We can include in this list the Tambor dialogue, which is part of our historic diversity. And the aim is to strengthen full participation of Afro-descendants in society in coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Relations, the Ministry of Culture, and international organizations. The DR has the Sebastian Lemba Institute for African Studies, which aims to place value and study on Afro traditions in our culture. As far as government public policies, the Ministry of Women has a national plan for equality and gender equity, Plan 3, 2020-2030, through which we consider the respect of equality as a right. Similarly, our judiciary includes a priority in its strategic plan to work on a guide for access to justice with the aim of facilitating access to justice for our population living in vulnerable situations. As part of this comprehensive support for these initiatives to guarantee inclusion and participation among Afro-descendants, the DR has created an educational curriculum aimed at our culture, peace, and promoting respect for others. Chair, finally, we would like to underscore that this commemoration is not only an opportunity to remember and pay tribute to the victims of slavery. It's an opportunity, it's unique for us to raise awareness of the challenges faced today when it comes to inequality, discrimination, and social justice. We must continue to work hand in hand to overcome those obstacles. Thank you very much. Thank you to the DR. Ecuador.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The delegation of Ecuador is very pleased to have listened to the distinguished panelists and very much congratulates the Assistant Secretary General and his team for this very fine organization of the day in the remembrance of the victims of the slave trade. Ecuador certainly recognized the tremendous challenges that Afro-descendants have faced throughout history. That is why we keep working towards a better treatment of 5% of our own population, which is of African descendants. Through our historic experience, because of their own wisdom, because of their wonderful traditions that have not been lost in their cosmovision, their way of explaining the world. These are all, we believe, elements that make us much wiser. What we've learned from them to fight for unity and diversity, for cultural wealth in each other. This is what is worth preserving. And the Afro-Ecuadorian people, we believe, do just that, while they have maintained their identity and historic memory. We have a bilingual cultural service in my country that seeks to meet the needs of that community, respecting the ancestral values of all of our ancestral tribes, and there are many, including the African. On the 25th of January, we set up a new system in order to recognize a new emphasis on this model in the whole of the educational tradition, from kindergarten to university. We understand that the different peoples and cultures and traditions in our country are worthy of being recognized and preserved. We have 8 institutions that at the moment are focusing on that very thing. At the same time, the Secretariat on the Development of such action is working very closely with the Inter-American Network on High Authorities dealing with Afro-descendants. Ecuador is committed to justice, to equality, and to respect for the reivindication of the rights of this people, their economic, social, and cultural rights, very diverse. We understand that the rights of Afro-descendants are very, very much a part of us, and we respect them as such. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador. Colombia is next. Thank you. Let me begin by saying that you have been a terrific chair of this commission over the last few weeks, months. At the same time, we express our condolence to Honduras for the death of the artist Martinez and so many others who died in that tragic air accident. Bravo also to the Assistant Secretary General and for the work undertaken to make this day possible. Colombia considers it nothing less than an honor that the results of the consultations that were carried out among the various organizations of the OAS and civil society in the different countries in order to come up with a declaration on the human rights of Afro-descendants in the Americas. That, we feel, is of particular note. The Department on Social Inclusion of the OAS is greatly to be thanked, and Mari Carmen Plata, of course, and Betilde Muñoz, the director, and the 14 member states that compose the informal group have also made a good contribution, and we hope that this future declaration will be a good one. Since last year, a group of member states, as you know, that feel committed to that cause have met often. More than 150 members of civil society throughout the region have been called upon to speak up and to share their views. And so we hope that this isn't the end. It's a good beginning, but we need to continue working to further recognize the rights of peoples and indigenous and wherever they may find. The rights of Afro-descendant peoples must be seen very much within the context of our commitment to social equity and the peace agreement that we signed in 2016. We have worked very hard on ensuring that the actual title to land is looked at. Land that had been considered lost has in fact been recovered and retitled. We have also aimed to make more visible the presence and the contributions of Afro-descendants in our political construct, and very much focused also on coming up with policies that fight racism. The Declaration on the Rights of Peoples and Afro-descendants in the Americas is something that we very much upheld, and at the time we also spoke to the importance of looking at biodiversity and the environment at COP16. We also took great strides towards the recognition of the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. More than 5% of world diversity happens to be in rural areas, and by the way, most of those Afro-descendants. The Brazilian Amazon region and the Colombian Pacific region are very much a part of what I've just mentioned. So it is more than important that people there have a right to speak up. It's who they are. It's where they live. And that is why we think that digital diversity and other forms of the algorithmic reform needs to be seen as another stride forward today. Didn't used to be seen as that, but it is. Artificial intelligence must not perpetuate the injustices of the past, but rather correct them. And for that, there has to be a consultation of the Afro-descendants as well in the design and the governance of digital techniques that are inclusive, that mean something to people. And to conclude, we very much stand up for the historic independence of these groups, their rehabilitation, and the promise of non-repetition of injustice in the ambit of political, economic, and social rights is essential. The damage caused by the transatlantic slave trade may never be repaired, but we had better keep at it because that's all we can do. Thank you to the Secretariat on Access and Equity and Social Justice, and thanks also to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and other groups of members who have contributed so much to this process. This is just the beginning. We're not done. We have a lot more to do. Together, that's what we'll do, recognizing fully the rights of the peoples who are Afro-descendants among us. It's already late in coming. We cannot waste another minute before continuing our fight for justice for all. Thank you. Colombia, Bolivia is next. We're very grateful to the different presentations that we have heard. In its Resolution 62/22 of 2008, the Organization of the United Nations designated March 8th as the Day of International Remembrance for the Slave Trade. We're talking about, be ready for this, 15 million people, women, men, children, who were the victims of the abominable slave trade across the Atlantic. This is one of the darkest chapters of the story of humanity, has to be said. This was, in Latin America, even broadened, made worse by racism and colonialism that paid the same injustice to the indigenous peoples. So both the indigenous and those of African descent among us have suffered. And today is the day when we need to say we're sorry and we won't let it happen again. And we want to be aware of what constitutes hate speech because it's out there. It's out there today. And so, for that reason, too, we think it important to speak against the elimination of racial discrimination, which we turn to every 21st of March. This was the 60th anniversary of the International Convention Against All Forms of Racial Discrimination in this organization. And we know that the idea there is to move towards a world without racial discrimination worldwide. Let us also remember the Durban Treaty. That was another important step forward against racism. It reminds us in pertinent part that although non-discrimination is a fundamental element of international law, the persistence of racism, of racial discrimination, of xenophobia, and all associated forms of intolerance are all means by which we have to continue to fight with more humanity and certainly more efficiency. The plurinational state of Bolivia, sir, is very pleased to know that all of the Bolivian peoples and the original groups of First Nations in this hemisphere are part of our work towards fighting against racism, fighting for their rights, and remembering how we can prevent and punish all forms of racism and discrimination. Mr. Chairman, we in Bolivia consider that social discrimination doesn't just fall from heaven. It comes from a deliberate sense of ignoring the humanity of us all. And today, as we honor the Day of Remembrance of slaves, of those who died in that transatlantic slave trade, is the day when we must speak up and speak out against anything that smacks of racism, that speaks against for xenophobia and intolerance. This is when we have to say, yes, we are for human rights. We are for the fight against racism. We are for equal treatment for all. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. El Salvador is recognized. Thank you. We are again pleased to meet at this important commemoration, remembering those who, like Martin Luther King, said, I have a dream, as we do, for the inclusion and making more visible the role of Afro-descendants among us. El Salvador recognizes the importance of self-determination and the critical contribution of the Afro-descendant people among us. There has to be a broader recognition of their contribution and the wealth, cultural wealth, that they have contributed to the social and political life of El Salvador. Several actions have been taken in this regard. Back in 2020, the Multicultural Institute, under the Ministry of Culture, focused particularly on the Afro-descendants and the importance of making sure they were more socially included. The most recent census carried out just last year in 2024 showed that 25,990 persons self-identified as of African descent in El Salvador. That is a great number of people, up since 2007, where it was only 7,000 and some who self-identified. Now that's a big difference. And we see that as a very positive step forward because it reflects the impact of the steps we have taken to underscore the value that we ascribe to that group of people, and the importance that it is to recognize and respect the history of these people, their own patrimony, their own cultural wealth. We have paid more attention to the commemoration, say, of the 29th of August, which is the Day of Afro-Descendants, the Day of Remembrance of the Afro-Descendant population and its cultural rights in the district of Sabalejo, a part of our country that brings together a great many people of African descent. There's an Afro-Indigenous school, there are schools of photography, and a number of other activities that are carried out with social society, a lot of cultural activities with the Afro-descendant communities among us. But beyond that, we also have taken action to improve the welfare of that community. There have been specialized days for elderly people, many of them women, who are very common numerous, I should say, in those communities, and always focused on identifying the cultural identity of the same. We see El Salvador as a pluricultural country. The Nahua, the Lingua, the Cacahuilla, and many other languages that are common in El Salvador includes also in 20 townships the indigenous and Afro-descendant roots. Part of the project that we have launched to preserve the Afro-descendant wealth in a couple of these provinces has paid particular attention to the group. And we were, by the way, the headquarters of the second meeting of that community. As the Secretary General of the UN has well and quite properly underscored, this is a moment at which we do well to look at the past, to express what we regret, and to recognize that we better do better as we head forward, fighting racism. I cannot end, therefore, without paying particular gratitude and thanks to Nestor Mendes, the Assistant Secretary General, and his entire team, because over the last 8 years, he has done more than any other to make more visible the importance of Afro-descendants in the Americas. That is an effort that has grown ever stronger, and we can only hope that whoever takes the reins next will follow in that good path. Thank you. Thank you, El Salvador. Guyana is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, colleague, permanent representatives, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, the Guyana delegation welcomes this opportunity to join member states of this esteemed organization in marking International Day of Remembrance for the victims of enslavement and the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. We extend our thanks to the Secretary General, the ASG, Nestor Mendez, and his office, Commissioner Demise of the IACHR, and our distinguished and representative panelists who addressed us earlier today. The theme for this year's Inter-American Week for Afro-Descendants resonates on several fronts. It pays homage to the iconic words and leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Today, 62 years later, we should be reflecting on how much progress we have made and when we might attain Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream for the practical elimination of all effects of the persisting legacy of that period of enslavement. To this day, the world bears the stain of that most horrific instance of enslavement in human history that stripped the humanity, dignity, and rights of African people based on the color of their skin and centuries of systemized and structural inequality that have led to persisting ill treatment, discrimination, and stereotyping. Chair, each of our countries bear the scars of enslavement. We cannot right wrongs if we only acknowledge them. We cannot put that period of history behind us if we fail to act decisively and concretely to eliminate its legacy, eliminating all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and intolerance. Within a growing sense of us all being members of one human race. A permanent memorial to honor and remember the victims and those who sought to secure human rights and freedoms for the descendants of enslaved Africans was set up in 2015. As we embark on the second international decade for people of African descent, we must seek to create a meaningful and sustainable future for all people. The need still exists to broaden the discussion on the ways in which the international community can address the complex historical, socio-cultural, and economic issues resulting from the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans. Guyana, a country of 6 peoples from 4 continents thrown together in the creation of plantations, has joined the call of other CARICOM member states for reparatory justice and is fully supportive of the 10-point plan set out by the CARICOM Reparations Commission. We recognize and pay homage to Afro-descendants throughout the Americas who, through their blood, sweat, and tears, involuntarily helped to forge the nations of our hemisphere and whose descendants today seek a better world filled with equality, security, peace, and prosperity, a world of widening inclusion, a world of convergence of its peoples. Chair, in the context of Guyana, a country of 6 peoples from 4 continents, our President, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, has sharpened our nation's motto in the overarching policy in all we do, of one Guyana. As we in Guyana remain believing in the growing realization of our convergence to one world, one human race. I thank you.
Paraguay tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias, Villano.
Paraguay is recognized. Thank you very much. We are very pleased to be with you at this special session of the Permanent Council, and we think it is particularly critical to speak up and be a part of this International Day for the remembrance of slavery and the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the ongoing fate of blacks in the hemisphere, men and women. The legacy of those Afro-descendants, most especially those who were brought here in chains and who came to many of our countries, bears remembering, even though we did not, in fact, have the same experience as others in that regard. The presence of slavery in our own country has been, in fact, a constant since the Spanish colonial era. never forgetting that those people didn't come because they wanted to. They were caught like animals in their own countries and hauled over here and had no choice in the matter. The Afro-descendants in Paraguay are often discussed as pardos or mulatos, darkies, mulattoes, but a third of them were in fact slaves, I should say. When the government of Carlos Andrés López declared in 1842, spoke of the freedom of pregnancies, marked a difference. He said that the children of slaves would be free after age 25. But when the War of the Triple Alliance took place in 1970, there was still an important slave population that fought very, very hard alongside other Paraguayan soldiers. Finally, going back again, it was not until 1870 that slavery was abolished in the country. Only a few were able to benefit from that because the rest had died in the war. In the face of all of this and how important it is to recognize the legacy of the Afro-descendants in Paraguay, last 26 November, we passed a decree, Law 6940, setting up acts that would be punished by racism against people who were descendants of slaves in Paraguay. The idea is, on the one hand, to take a step of justice, however late it may be, and to ensure that the role of those people in the Constitution, the actual birth of the nation, was important, and at the same time ensuring that the legacy of the culture of those persons be recognized in a status of complete equality with others, barring so many factors that must and are properly rejected today. While there remains a very great deal to do, certainly, to fully recognize the wealth of the very many riches that the Afro-descendants has brought us and how much they suffered, we are still focused, as President Santiago Peña just stated, at the moment when this decree was adopted. He said a state free of discrimination is all the stronger for it. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay, says the chair. I recognize Chile. Thank you. We're very pleased with the work you have done for us and with us this last quarter. And thanks also to the Assistant Secretary General and his entire group, which has done so much to allow us to focus on such issues as the ones we're considering today, justice and the development of Africans and the victims of the slave trade here. Vice Minister Franco was very much admired in our country, and every 23rd of March, I think it's fair to say, we have wanted to share with you what has changed in Chile. We share some of your own histories, but not all. Now, the story of the Afro-descendants in Chile goes back to the 17th and 18th centuries and speak for enormous resilience, by the way. Resilience which is a lesson to us all. So much so that in the last year, we've been doing more by way of recognizing what legal riches that group has left us and the importance of recognizing the rights and active participation of such people in our civil life. Today, we can focus on the vitality of the Afro-descendants in Chile and also the focus that the state is paying to them after so many years, quite frankly, of blind neglect. I don't have the time, although I would like very much to give you a wealth of details, but just July this year, UNESCO, in recognizing the International Day of Afro-Descendant Women, recognized how important Afro-descendant women have been in Chile. And just last week, by the way, for the 5th year running, the first cultural space in Chile was launched by the Ministry of Culture, including food, dance, that were African in origin. And in the northern part of Chile, Arica, we will see and celebrate the place on which delegates from 9 different regions will meet to continue sharing as they did for so many years in the past. Here in the OAS, we speak of making sure that peace, justice, and development can be a dream that comes true. When we look at this week here in the OAS, we seek what might be the links between the struggle of Martin Luther King Jr., for instance, up here, and what we may have to offer at the bottom of the hemisphere. Well, I can remember a professor who said to me once, you know, the Chilean professor of Duke University spoke to this, and he talked about the capacity of people to reinvent themselves, to find more life and more future in themselves, whatever their past may be. And he said in pertinent part that if there is a situation in which in which violence might have been forgiven, it would have been against the Chilean junta, because the message has to be received some fine day that for justice to exist, you don't have to slaughter all of your opponents. Now, it is interesting to note that Chilean resistance took another road. Slowly, slowly, we ended up, alas, with dictatorship inside and outside of the country. That wasn't too different from the movement that the United States and its own civil rights movement offered here. And those who were listening in '63 to the words that MLK said, and I state here, some of you come from a place where the fight for liberty left you ailing. You were persecuted, and you were battered down by police brutality. But you are rising up. So when we remember Martin Luther King, we remember those words in particular. Thank you for holding this meeting. Thank you, Chile. Peru is recognized. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Peru, I'd like to express our deep thanks for all the panelists who have spoken and to the chairmanship that you have carried so well in leading us. Not least the leadership of the Office of the Assistant Secretary General, who has done a very great deal to allow us to understand better the role that he might play. Now we would like to share with you a video from our Minister of Culture, Fabricio Valencia, Minister of Culture of Peru. Greetings to you all. We are honored to be able to address you at this 8th year in which we commemorate Afro-descendants in our hemisphere. Martin Luther King spoke of a future in which all citizens could live in the same circumstances with equality of opportunity. We have very much been inspired by that and tried to build on our development the wisdom of MLK. We, like he was, consider that it's important to recognize where there are gaps in the services made available to people and how important it is to reach out, and in our case, the most important ethnic group in our country. So this is what we recognize, and this is what we are committed to continuing. The Afro-Peruvians among us will always be cherished and asked to contribute to a more equitable society. Thank you for your improvement to our thinking and to our advancement. And please stay with it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Thank you, Peru. A very brief and an inspiring set of words from Minister Valencia, Minister of Peru.
Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Excellencies, distinguished panelists. Suriname joins fellow delegations in solemnly commemorating the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. We extend our sincere appreciation to the esteemed experts for their insightful presentations, which remind us that history is not confined to the past. It lives in our present and shapes our future. If history is our teacher, then the transatlantic slave trade was one of its harshest lessons, one that echoes through generations, influencing our societies, economies, and institutions in ways we cannot afford to ignore. A system that dehumanized millions did not simply vanish, it mutated. The legacies of slavery, structural inequalities, economic marginalization, and systemic racism remain deeply embedded in our hemisphere. And yet, every year we meet, we reflect, but do we act? Suriname stands here today not merely to commemorate, but to challenge the notion that remembrance alone is justice, to challenge the silence that often follows solemn declarations, to challenge our region to move beyond words toward tangible action. Mr. Chair, it is in this spirit that Suriname has not only embraced Kitty Kotti, which in Sranang or lingua franca means broken change, as a day of reflection, but also as a national call to action. It is why we have established a National Reparation Commission, not as a symbolic gesture, but as an instrument to confront the unresolved injustices of history. It is why we continue to amplify the voices of Afro-descendant communities, ensuring that they are not just part of the conversation, but at the center of decision-making. Because remembrance without action is amnesia, and we cannot afford to forget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Suriname. Panama. Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation thanks you for convening this special session of the Permanent Council to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade under the motto, I have a dream, recognition, justice, development. I'd like to express our recognition of the distinguished panelists for their valuable interventions and reflections. Similarly, we would like to underscore the work of the Assistant Secretary General, Nestor Mendez, along with his Chief of Staff, Ambassador Lacelia Prince, and the representative of Belize. Their commitment has been fundamental in developing and strengthening the Inter-American Week for Afro-descendants in the Americas. Thanks to his dedication, this space has grown and been consolidated to address rights and shed light on the Afro-descendant community in the region, pursuant to the mandate of member states in this area. This commemoration invites us to reflect on the resilience and priceless impact that Afro-descendants have had in building our societies. Panama, with its legacy and cultural diversity, has borne witness to the legacy of Afro-descendants. Their contribution has been fundamental in all areas of our national life. It's also an opportunity to recognize the cultural contributions that bring us together with this legacy, as seen by the work of Panamanian artist Jana De Bien, who has been an outstanding example this week as we commemorate Afro-descendants in the Americas. Her work is a reflection of the diaspora in our continent and gives us visibility of Afro-descendant culture, where their contributions have been recognized and valued. Along these lines, I would like to underscore some of the advancements in Panama as we promote the rights of Afro-descendants. In May 2023, we created the National Secretariat of Policies for Afro-Panamanian Development, which is aimed at directing and implementing policies on behalf of this population. We also value the ethnic and racial diversity, as we have made great steps toward recognizing and shedding light on our Afro-descendant community in Panama, which is reflected with 31.8% of our population, which self-identifies as such. The Panamanian government has also adopted concrete measures in education and healthcare. In March 2023, the Ministry of Education issued a resolution to prevent ethnic and racial discrimination in schools, reiterating our commitment to equality. Similarly, in May 2023, we established the Registry of Afro-Descendants within our healthcare system, which allows us to generate broken down data to provide a specific diagnostic and snapshot of the health of this population. Another important step has been the Panama Afro Directory, which is a digital platform. It brings together groups of Afro-descendants who have been organized nationally and internationally to allow them to be visible and strengthen their cooperation and employment networks. We've also been promoting initiatives such as the Tambor Route and the Reconciliation of Mother Africa and the Diaspora Program, which are historic and cultural ties between Panama and African countries. To conclude, we reiterate our commitment to the international design of Afro-descendants and recognition, justice, and development. Let's continue working together as we build more inclusive, equitable societies where historic memory is a fundamental tenet for ensuring justice, dignity for all individuals who are Afro-descendant in the Americas. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Panama. St. Lucia is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, my delegation would like to thank all the speakers for their passionate and insightful presentations this morning. We would like to especially thank the Assistant Secretary General and his office for all their tireless efforts in making the observance of Afro-descendants, victims of slavery, and the Atlantic slave trade a mainstream agenda item within the OAS. We are fully aware that this is the final staging of this important observance by Assistant Secretary General Mendes and his team, and ask ourselves, what is the next step? For us, it is critical that this observance and awareness continues to find a home within this organization, where there is a commitment and a passion for the continuity and observance of the history and future of Afro-descendants excuse me, in the hemisphere. And we urge the Office of the Secretary General-elect to maintain the focus and visibility of the observance of Afro-descendants and the scourge of slavery in all its forms, in all its forms. Excuse me. To close, Mr. Chair, I would like to borrow a quote from Ms. June Suma, one of the presenters this morning, where she says, and I quote, "There are no witnesses to a dream. Only through action and purposeful advocacy will Afro-descendants and the daily challenges, most of which are structural and systemic, can be addressed." And so I urge this organization to continue in its observance of Afro-descendants and the scourges of slavery. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Guatemala.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We express our deep gratitude for the recognition from, and we recognize Colombia and Brazil for their leadership in the informal group, and requesting that we include this topic on the special session today to recognize the results of the consultations held with member states, OAS member states, and civil society with regard to priority topics in drafting a future Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Afro-Descendant Persons and Communities. Also, thank you for the presentations from the distinguished panelists and to the ASG and his team for their work in this important area. This is an important session in the framework of the 8th Inter-American Week of Afro-Descendants in the Americas, and we recognize and celebrate the participation of Marvin Gilberto Martinez as the chair of the Ministry Against Discrimination and Discrimination Against Afro-Descendants in Guatemala, and we appreciate his great experience in eliminating racism, including economic racism. And also, Commissioner Martinez talked about the fact that in my country, we have a duty to commit ourselves to promoting measures to fighting and eradicating systemic racism as we seek equal opportunity for all in line with respect for human rights. In this sense, the proclamation of the second design for Afro-descendants allows us to undertake concrete activities to fight the sequelae of slavery and racism, and to implement measures to ensure the freedoms of Afro-descendants in the region. As a multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual country, Guatemala has over 17,000 Karinagu inhabitants and Garifuna. This has been declared UNESCO World Heritage, and we have the Arawak and indigenous communities as well. Unfortunately, they are at risk of disappearing. In this session, we reiterate our will to work to build a declaration to recognize the priceless legacy of Afro-descendants and ensure equal opportunity for all in the Americas, and support the proposal of a declaration of the OAS to convene a rune, which is union in Garifuna language. We need for this American Declaration on Human Rights of Afro-descendants and their communities include concrete measures to shed light on Afro-descendants as bearers of rights and incorporating them in public policies to reduce the inequality gap, to establish measures and steps against racism and discrimination in member states, to promote awareness mechanisms, to promote the human rights of Afro-descendants and review national budgets to ensure inclusive participation and a positive impact on the life of all Afro-descendants. Respect self-identification as Afro-descendants and their social, cultural, political rights. To ensure the participation of Afro-descendant populations in decision-making spaces and the use of natural resources and consultation processes. Protect the integrity and identity and tangible cultural heritage as well as intangible heritage of Afro-descendants. And finally, we urge the OAS to continue to play a strategic role in sustainable development and including Afro-descendants in the Americas in its decisions. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Barbados tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Barbados.
Thank you, Chair. Today, my delegation is honored to join the international community in marking the International Day of the Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. My delegation acknowledges that the past is an essential step towards repairing the present and building a future of dignity and justice for Afro-descendants and communities in the hemisphere. We also join the hemispheric community in commemorating the Inter-American Week for People of African Descent, and many thanks to Assistant Secretary General Mendez and his team for their efforts in supporting this effort. This week highlights and underscores the ongoing need for the international community to recognize the invaluable contributions of people of African descent to humanity, despite the challenges they face and continue to face to achieve equality and justice. We honor the immense and diverse contributions of people of African descent to the vast spectrum of human achievements and their tireless efforts to create a better world. Their leadership, courage, and activism have helped overcome profound injustices, saved lives, improved societies, and brought crucial issues to the world's attention. Yet, the intolerable legacies of enslavement and colonialism endure. We must continue to highlight the value of our region's diversity and the importance of social inclusion for all. Afro history is our history. Afro culture is our culture. And these stories are essential to the ongoing story of the Americas, its struggles, its progress, and its aspirations. We must build on the work already done, and we must work to eradicate the scourge of racism and racial discrimination. Barbados and the CARICOM Reparations Commission will continue to do its part to drive and be at the forefront of these efforts. As we build on the success of the last decade, let us never forget the words of President Nelson Mandela: to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. Let us always bear in mind the admonition of civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who noted that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It is Barbados' most fervent desire that states commit fully to a second international decade for people of African descent to help accelerate global efforts for meaningful change. Together, we must commit to build a world of equality, opportunity, and justice for all. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Belize is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Today, Belize joins the international community in solemn remembrance of the millions of men, women, and children who suffered and perished under the brutal system of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. We honor their resilience, their resistance, and their enduring legacy, which continues to shape our societies today. Belize commends Assistant Secretary General Mendez for his leadership alongside Secretary General Almagro in ensuring the continued success of the Inter-American Week for the People of African Descent in the Americas, which launched for the 8th time yesterday. The overwhelming number of requests to speak on this occasion reflects its deep significance to member states and the people we represent. Belize joins fellow nations in calling for continued attention to this observance, as long as people of African descent and people of color face barriers to opportunity, representation, and social equality, challenges that remain rooted in the legacy of slavery. This year's theme, which echoes Martin Luther King Jr.'s iconic words, "I have a dream," serve a powerful bridge connecting the painful legacy of slavery that began in the 15th century to a time not so distant from our own. His dream was born from centuries of struggle, a struggle that did not end with the abolition of slavery, that even today, the impact of slavery lingers in the form of discrimination, marginalization, and human trafficking. For Belize, this history is deeply personal. Our country, like many in the region, carries the imprint of transatlantic slave trade, but we also carry the strength of those who survived it. The contributions of people from Africa through our Garifuna, Creole, and other Afro-descendant communities are woven into the fabric of our identity. Belize takes pride in being a nation where diversity is celebrated and identity is embraced, and we stand in solidarity with those who still endure injustice, reaffirming our commitment to a future where all individuals are valued and empowered, regardless of race or background. Our commitment is evident in our efforts to ensure that history is taught with truth and integrity, reflecting the struggles and triumphs of our people in the Caribbean and especially in Belize. It is essential that we acknowledge the sacrifice and resilience that paved the way for the freedoms we enjoy today. From the visionary leadership of Marcus Garvey in Jamaica to the unwavering activism of Belize's own Elfrida Reyes, deemed a black servant but rose to be a human rights activist before that term was even a concept. For too long, key moments in our history, such as the 1919 Black Uprising in Belize town, which ignited the labor movement led by Antonio Soberanes, was absent from our classrooms. By correcting this, we are not just preserving history, we are empowering future generations with the knowledge of their heritage, the strength of their ancestors, and the responsibility to continue the fight for justice and equality. Remembrance inspires progress. As we reflect on history, we must look toward the future, toward investing in opportunities for the next generation of Afro-descendants to fully realize their potential, free from prejudice and marginalization. Education, economic empowerment, and equal access to opportunities are essential to fostering inclusive societies where all people can thrive. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you to Belize. Canada is recognized. Thank you, Chair. The transatlantic slave trade and Afro-descendants is a painful chapter in our history, and on behalf of Canada, I'm speaking today to speak on behalf of those who've suffered and those who have fought for their freedom. The law on the slave trade entered into force in the British Empire to free over 800,000 African slaves and their descendants in the Caribbean, Africa, South America, and Canada. This law was the culmination of a process that confirmed Canada as a free territory for slaves fleeing to freedom, and yet the legacy of slavery continues today and has repercussions on persons of African descendants. Canada recognizes its own problematic history with the transatlantic slave trade, segregation, and systematic racism. The trauma, intergenerational trauma, and racism can persist today, and this is a brutal reminder of the legacy of slavery.
Deeply committed to the promotion and protection of human rights, equality, and justice. We stand firm in our resolve to combat all forms of racial discrimination, particularly those rooted in the legacy of slavery and colonial oppression. Canada continues the important work of tackling its own anti-Black racism and the systemic barriers faced by individuals and communities of African descent. Acknowledging and correcting these historic and contemporary wrongs are important steps towards building a better future for everyone. It is well documented that the reality of overlapping identity factors such as age, disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, socioeconomic status, immigration status, language, and religion further make for unique and compounded experiences of discrimination. Intersectionality, equity, accessibility, and gender equality must be at the forefront of our work. Meaningful inclusion of Black communities in the development of programs and policies to address anti-Black racism in our country is a priority for Canada. To this end, Canada has continued its efforts to address anti-Black racism and systemic racial discrimination. In June 2024, the government launched Canada's anti-racism strategy aimed at driving systemic change. This strategy is a commitment to specific actions to support racialized and ethno-religious minorities, including Black communities. It also builds on Canada's endorsement of the second UN International Decade for People of African Descent and historic investment within communities through the Supporting Black Canadian Communities Initiative, the Black-led Philanthropic Endowment Fund, and the Multiculturalism and Anti-Racism Program. These initiatives provide crucial funding to address systemic racism and discrimination and promote Black history, culture, and identity. In consultation with Black communities, Canada launched the Black Justice Strategies Implementation Plan in February 2025. It aims to address the overrepresentation of Black people in the criminal justice system, including as victims and survivors of crime. Through our multilateral and bilateral engagement, Canada humbly seeks constructive opportunities to collaborate with others who are committed to dismantling systemic racism and learning from their knowledge and experiences. The transatlantic slave trade has left an indelible mark on the Americas, shaping the cultural, social, and economic realities we see today. We must confront these legacies with honesty and determination to ensure that people of African descent in the Americas enjoy full and equal rights, respect, and opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Canada, Trinidad, and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary General Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Ambassador Mendez, Excellencies, Permanent Representatives, Alternate Representatives, Permanent Observers, good afternoon. Chair, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago wishes to add its voice to the delegations before in expressing gratitude to you for convening this special meeting in commemoration of such an important occasion, and to the Assistant Secretary General and his team for their handiwork in curating activities in celebration of the Inter-American Week for people of African descent in the Americas. My delegation also wishes to take this opportunity to thank the panelists for their insightful presentations. The International Day of Remembrance for the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade is dedicated to honoring and remembering the victims of the transatlantic slave trade who endured unimaginable suffering and injustice. This very dark and sordid chapter in human history reminds us of the urgent need to confront its lasting effects, the effects of racism and discrimination, and the importance of reconciliation. In this vein, Trinidad and Tobago continues to be a harbinger in the call for reparations, believing that reparatory justice must be part of the critical collective action needed to reduce inequalities, eliminate racial discrimination, and correct injustice. In this regard, we join our other voices, such as those in the Caribbean community and other like-minded countries within the Americas and across the globe who have been marked by this tragic legacy. Chair, on August 1st every year, Trinidad and Tobago commemorates African Emancipation Day, not simply to recall a significant marker and identity-shaping facet of our history, but to reflect on the journey of Afro-descendants in our nation and around the world. It also presents an opportunity to shine a light on the multifaceted and invaluable contributions of peoples of African descent in building both nationally and globally. As we commemorate for the 8th time this week in recognition of the peoples of African descent within the Americas, under a theme which marks the words of Martin Luther King Jr., an icon of the struggle of Afro-descendants within the hemisphere, let us embrace the legacy of resilience and courage left by the victims of slavery and commit ourselves to reinvigorating the right and freedom of all individuals to dream, regardless of their race or background, and to cultivating an environment in which these aspirations can be realized within their lifetime, providing a platform for the securing of future generations. Trinidad and Tobago looks forward to the implementation of tangible programs that will transform these important conversations and ideals to a lived reality for our peoples. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. The observer for the Holy See is recognized. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the delegation of the Holy See is very grateful for your having convened this special session of the Permanent Council, and we have taken very good note of the statements made both by the panelists who addressed us as well as, of course, the delegations that have intervened. The famous words of Martin Luther King Jr., "I have a dream," in that iconic speech of the 28th of August of 1963, in which he hoped for one day in which racism would no longer exist in the United States, is an inspiration indeed for us as well, as we remember the descendants of Africans in this hemisphere. The Holy See, for its part, is very grateful for this opportunity, as well as for our chance to consider more closely the role of Afro-descendants in our own societies and what we can do more and better to make sure that there is really integration in its full sense. His Holiness Pope Paul VI considers that slavery is something that reduces men and women to the sense of usefulness. But we must ever, without tiring, remember those who paid the greatest price for such an attitude, and be aware as well that this isn't something that is a matter of the past. Everybody sitting here must know that it is very much a thing of the present, and we can hardly close our eyes or stop our ears against that phenomenon, because, as the Pope said, if we do so, we also will be accomplices. And so, during this 8th International Week for the celebration of Afro-descendants in the Americas, we are certainly smart to ponder how deep those words are and how much work we must yet accomplish to make sure that our society is more keenly aware of the efforts that must be made by governments, legislatures, and social workers, wherever anyone may be who can make a difference, should do so. The Holy See feels that only that way do we have a chance of fighting against that scourge. It's certainly not the only one in society, but for us to dream of that harmony that countries aspire to, we must also remember that human dignity is at the core. In that regard, indeed, the Holy See believes firmly that a moral, social, and spiritual education is key. We have to do better. We have to do differently and make sure that those who were silenced, those who suddenly became invisible and who were the victims of the human slave trade, must never again happen. For that, we need to make certain that education, training is there so that the sense of a more just society can bode better for peace in the future. Let me also, Chair, congratulate you for your masterly direction and guidance of this Permanent Council over this last year quarter. And thank you, too, for the stellar manner in which you have intervened and your kind words with regard to His Holiness Pope Francis, I should say, when he was in the hospital. Thank you so much for that kindness, and all of you as well who have expressed your concern and your kindness towards the Pope. As his representative here, thank you again. Thank you, Monsignor. And again, our very warmest and sincere regards to His Holiness on behalf of this Permanent Council for ongoing health. We now are pleased to give the floor to the representative of France. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, let me begin by hailing the convening of this meeting, which is particularly important given the international day in which we remember the victims of slavery, particularly across the transatlantic region. This is the 8th time we do so here, honoring the stellar courage of Afro-American descendants in the Americas. Thank you very much to all who have contributed to that, for their thoughts. And in saying so, let me say, Chair, that the story of France in Guyana, in Martinique, in Guadeloupe, and in what is now Haiti is very much linked, as we know, to slavery. It is thus essential that we be very, very blunt in understanding that the French of that day played a very sad role in deporting so many hundreds of thousands of Africans. Gabriel Attal, the cultural minister, said just last month ago that there was a time when the terrible slave trade was the law in France, and it has marked forever the lives of those who lived it at the time and in their descendants. The people who were uprooted have somehow maintained a memory of the richness of their cultures, and they created a language so that they could be understood, and rhythms, and so many other rich cultural attributes that we celebrate today. Many of these descendants come from Africa, and look how much they have brought to the Americas in philosophy, in literature, in culture, in music, need I add, throughout this hemisphere. We celebrate all of that. It is important, of course, to recognize that the responsibility that befalls those who were a part of that sad set of chapters should only push us to a greater recognition of justice. Madame Christiane Taubira, a deputy from Guyana that was cited recently by Haiti, that made a difference in recognizing that the slave trade is a crime against humanity. And that was adopted in France, and it's established henceforth that May 10th is going to be the day by which the whole of France and the French Republic will remember and honor the victims of slavery. It's important that that schools should remember this. These are dark parts of our history. The ports of La Rochelle and of Bordeaux on the Atlantic are sad places of departure. On the 10th of May of 2015, in Guadeloupe, José Hollande, the president at the time, also marked his memory of the victims of the slave trade and established an institution in which the horrors of slavery and the importance of collective memory for a better future have to be honored as well. So let us not belittle those who remember, the artists, the historians, and everyone who's made sure that what is the invisible remains visible, that what is now silent still rings in our ears, so that the grief of slavery may never be set aside, may never be forgotten. Now, we know that school is a place where the memory of children is forged, where young citizens are forged. Let us be very sure that our schools remember this too. When we look at the heroism of those who resisted and those who worked for abolition, that must be applauded, and we do so in high schools, in the primary schools and high schools, as in the lycées, pre-college. We do that. But let's face it, slavery is not just a thing of the past. It is a horrible and frightful contemporary present where millions of men, women, and children continue to be scourged by all kinds of abuses, of unthinkable work, domestic or otherwise. And that is why France keeps, in every one of the international fora in which it participates, speaking of the importance of continuing to work for justice, equality, and the respect for human dignity, fighting the contemporary forms of slavery, because they're out there. Let's not forget it. Thank you. Thank you to the Permanent Observer for France, and the Permanent Observer for Spain is recognized at this time. Thank you, sir, very much. I know that you have certainly done well by convening this most critical moment at which we turn our minds back on slavery. And we're very grateful for Ambassador Nestor Mendez and Ambassador Lena Prince have together joined to make sure that this session could happen too. I join those who have already said that the transatlantic slave trade cannot be forgotten, and we in Spain express here our ongoing support for those who continue to argue that this is but one form of slavery. Structural slavery exists as well. But those who were actually chained and shipped suffered in a manner that we do not dare forget. And let's make sure that that is not repeated. For democratic societies, there are other forms of racism, systematic racism, all kinds of hate speech, that ring in their supremacist tones in our ears, not to mention on the digital platforms. We have to stay smart, we have to stay vigilant, and be ready to call these things out. Where there is polarization, where there is stigmatization, where there is racial hatred, particularly in moments of crisis or electoral periods, we cannot let that go. We must call it out and speak against it, and work at the same time, certainly, toward ensuring that public policies are broader, are more compassionate, and are more keenly focused on the ongoing fight against discrimination and racism, including gender and other forms. We know that women and even little girls have a disproportionate share of discrimination and cruelty meted out to them. We in Spain value greatly Afro-descendants and try to uphold their rights and fight ongoing discrimination. In this week of the OAS, when we remember Afro-descendants, I'd like to call out the support that we added to REDESCA, the report on environmental, social, and cultural rights among the Afro-descendants. From 2021 till today, we think that the road against discrimination of Afro-descendants everywhere is still before us. Let me also say that in 2024, we signed an agreement with RIAFRO regarding the training and dialogue in novel forms of diplomacy, and we recognized the 12 new members of that network. As you may know, that contribution was a manner by which we added to the support toward the remembrance of Afro-descendants in the Americas. And it was a combination of our foreign trade ministry of the European Union, as well as Spain and the OAS, that we could work together within the four corners of Spain's borders. We certainly work against discrimination and racism. Starting in 2022, we've had a law for equal treatment and non-discrimination that has been added to previous rules and regulations that spoke to that same point, against xenophobia, against intolerance or bias in sports and in other contexts, always calling out against discrimination and xenophobia. Let me end simply by recognizing the work that has been carried out by civil society through its very many different organizations and associations. Please know, wherever you are and whoever you are, that Spain stands with you to speak for equality, tolerance, respect, and a spirit of cohabitation that will always foster equality of treatment. Thank you. Thank you, Spain. Says the chair. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each one of you who have added to our understanding of this issue and made statements. Thank you also for your own views on justice and development, which are certainly critical for the Afro-descendants in our region. This has been a rich and a very long debate, but it could hardly be otherwise. We come finally to the last item on our agenda. That's item 5. And I'd like to give the floor to our dear friend Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States. You have the floor, Secretary.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Enrique Arce, Chair of the OAS Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of Bolivia to the OAS, distinguished permanent and alternate representatives of observer states and other members of the diplomatic corps, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I count it a privilege to provide concluding remarks today as we close this special session of the Permanent Council to commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, and also to commemorate the 8th Inter-American Week for people of African descent in the Americas under the theme, I Have a Dream, Recognition, Justice, Development. These powerful words, I have a dream, inspired by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., are more than just a saying. They are a call to action. We have a shared commitment to acknowledge the history and contributions of Afro-descendant communities, ensure justice and equality, and create pathways for sustainable development. Recognition is important because visibility matters. The contributions of Afro-descendant communities have long shaped our societies, yet they remain underrepresented and too often overlooked. Recognition is about reclaiming history, amplifying voices, and ensuring that Afro-descendant heritage is celebrated and safeguarded. Justice is a necessity because historical injustices persist. The legacies of slavery and racial discrimination continue to manifest through systemic inequalities, limited access to opportunities, and enduring social and economic disparities. Justice demands that we dismantle these barriers, strengthen legal protections, and create inclusive policies that serve all communities equitably. Development is pivotal because true equality is measured by progress. Social inclusion and economic empowerment must be at the heart of our work. Investing in education, entrepreneurship, and equitable policies will allow Afro-descendant communities to thrive and reach their full potential. These are issues of primordial importance. So this Inter-American Week is not just a commemoration, it is a reaffirmation of our commitment to actions. The organization's efforts are rooted in concrete initiatives. The Plan of Action for the Decade for People of African Descent in the Americas 2016-2025 has guided our work in promoting human rights, equal participation, and development. As we approach the end of this plan, and in concert with the United Nations Declaration of a second international decade for people of African descent, discussions are already underway, albeit informally, to renew and extend the plan for another 10 years, reinforcing our dedication to achieving racial equity and justice across the hemisphere. In this regard, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate Colombia and Brazil for their leadership in this initiative. In terms of the Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Afro-Descendant People and Communities, the consultations conducted with member states, OAS bodies, and civil society organizations have underscored critical priorities under the 4 thematic axes as outlined by Secretary Plata earlier today. An Inter-American Declaration will be a pivotal mechanism to strengthen legal protections and guide policy action. The OAS stands ready to support member states in advancing this effort. A key process that complements this work is the Inter-American Network of High Authorities on Policies for Afro-Descendant Populations, REAFRO for its initials in Spanish. This specialized platform serves as a space for dialogue, coordination, and permanent collaboration among national authorities of the Americas to promote the implementation of policies for Afro-descendant populations. Guided by the principles of the decade, recognition, justice, and development, REAFRO plays a vital role in ensuring that commitments made at the regional level translate into concrete national actions. To date, 12 member states are part of this important initiative. They are Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. Today, as we commemorate the International Day of Remembrance for the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, we are reminded that history is not just about the past, it shapes our present and our future. The informative presentations by our panelists demonstrated the many advances that have been made to uproot systemic racism and bring social justice and socio-economic development to Afro-descendant communities across the hemisphere. However, our panelists also delved into the challenges and setbacks which persist in many of our societies in terms of dismantling antiquated judicial systems, ensuring equal access to basic human services, and debunking societal stereotypes and preconceived notions about people of African descent. If we are to contextualize these contrasting realities, it would reveal that while the injustices of slavery left indelible scars, they also forged communities of extraordinary resilience, strength, and vision. Today, we do not only remember those who suffered, we also honor those who continue to fight for justice and equality. I would like to give special thanks to the distinguished voices of all the panelists who made their presentations today. Your steadfast work and commitment to this cause inspires all of us. As we move forward, we must ensure that our discussions today translate into meaningful policies and lasting change. I urge all member states, civil society, and international organizations to eliminate racial discrimination, foster economic empowerment, and protect the fundamental rights of Afro-descendant communities. As has been mentioned before, this year being my last, I reflect on my journey here at the OAS, and I am deeply honored to have led 8 editions of the Inter-American Week for People of African Descent in the Americas, and before that, 2 special fora in celebration of Black History Month. This initiative has grown in both impact and significance, and it has been an immense privilege to work alongside so many of you in promoting the visibility, rights, and voices of Afro-descendant communities across our hemisphere. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all who have contributed in making this week a meaningful platform for reflection, dialogue, and action. The member states, permanent observers, civil society organizations, and although last, certainly not least, the General Secretariat. In particular, the outstanding, the sterling work of those in the office which I am honored to lead. And of course, the Secretariat for Access to Rights and Equity, who have unstintingly given support to my office year after year. I also recognize the contributions of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. May this seminal week in the OAS calendar continue to thrive with the same dedication, passion, and urgency in the years ahead. You may have noticed that our room attendants were handing out these bookmarkers. We have been doing this for the last couple of years. It is a practical way to remind us that these missions are important. What we do, what we celebrate in this week should be constructed upon, should be made to grow. And so that bookmarker for those avid readers is a reminder that there is a lot of work that's left to be done. While my role in organizing this initiative comes to an end, my commitment to its mission does not. The work must
and will continue. I encourage all of you to build on this foundation, to keep advancing policies that create real lasting change, and to ensure that the voices of Afro-descendant communities remain at the center of our collective efforts. I thank you for your unwavering dedication. It has been a true honor to walk this path with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
La presidencia.
The chair of the Permanent Council wishes to echo the special thanks that have been offered to Nestor Mendez, Celia Prince, his chef de cabinet, and their marvelous team of colleagues in having us hold this 8th week of commemoration of the Afro-descendants in this hemisphere. On behalf of the plurinational state of Bolivia, I wish to thank you very, very much indeed for your assistance, Carmen Lucio de la Pava, Rodrigo, each and every one of you. I'm not going to mention you all by name. As the saying goes, you know who you are. You have been absolutely stellar, wonderful professionals, and very generous in your support to this chair. You are lovely people and are ever looking out to see how you can help this organization do what it's here to do. We will always remember you with thanks and with pleasure. It has been a lovely remembrance in our professional experience. This ends our special section on the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade under the wonderful words, "I have a dream," and this is what pushes us to keep working for a better society. This brings our special session to a close. Thank you for your comments and for your statements. All of these will be reflected in the minutes of the meeting. Have a very good afternoon. The meeting stands adjourned.